Not even COVID can kill us. We're back.
Kill you.
Kill me. I have such a story to tell. Hi, everyone.
It's been a long time.
It's been a while because
Lots has happened.
Yes. We're Ships Worldwide. We're a podcast where sometimes we talk about video games. Sometimes we talk about what's going on in the world. It's kind of a bit of everything.
Yeah.
Because if we go too far into just the video game niche, well, that's oversaturated.
Yeah.
We need to...
There's a lot of podcasts that do that kind of shit.
Oh, yeah, all the time. We need to, like, all that kind of shit. We need to broaden everything to be nice and...
But we don't want to lose our focus, which is the West versus East.
Of course.
This is the more general part of the podcast.
Yeah.
And
then it branches out.
It's like a upside down triangle.
So you're a triangle.
It's like a
an upside down triangle is still a triangle, right? It doesn't stop it from being a triangle.
Like in my head, I'm thinking of like,
you mean an upside down pyramid?
When you go to journalism school.
Okay.
It starts...
Don't know much about that experience myself, but go ahead.
You start general.
Okay.
To get the people reading.
Yeah.
And then you start focusing in on the details.
Yeah.
For the people who keep reading and want to be. Right? So, that kind of stuff.
All right. Well. Good start.
Yeah.
So, speaking of, hi. How's it been? Because it's been a while.
It's been good.
There's been a lot.
A lot. I've moved.
Yes.
I'm in the new place.
Nice.
Things are a lot better.
Nice.
Like a lot better.
That's awesome.
Like I'm like happier. I'm like...
That's
my
good.
mental health is a lot better.
Quality of life go up?
Yeah.
I'm waiting for an affirmation or...
Yeah, it
okay.
really has. I'm back in my old store.
Oh, yeah.
I don't have to drive 45 minutes anymore. Thank
No.
God. That was before
this
happened.
Cool. Oh, yeah. By the way, we got snow,
Yep.
which means that we have entered the 6 months of white
Hell.
cancer.
White hell.
It's the worst. People are like... I have people who are like, oh, I live in London, and all I want is a bit of snow in London. It's so beautiful. And it's like, no, you
And then there's
don't.
me like scraping off ice on the back last night when it was blowing. It was literally blowing into my face, and I couldn't dodge it.
Yesterday I was like, no, I'm not even going to do anything because I
had to go to work.
That's true, yeah.
So.
Yeah, no, snow's the worst, and thankfully, the gift that we got my dad for his birthday was 2 snowblowers.
2.
One like handheld one for just like, it's actually a leaf blower, but we're honestly going to use it for snow more. For just car. You have your car, you just want to get most of the snow off, you can do that.
Yeah.
And then we also got him the big chungus.
We
got the double pusher. They all use the same battery, which actually was cool. It was a good deal because they're electric. They use the same battery as our lawnmower. So every time you buy one, you get another battery, and they're all interchangeable. We have like 4 of these batteries. So now we have you need 2 for the snowblower, the big one for the leaf blower and 1 for the lawnmower. But you can keep them all charging, and it's kind of awesome because they look like friggin' Lego block battery pack pieces. They're really cool. I'll see if I can show it to you. I doubt I'll be able to find it. Electric snowblower battery pack? I don't know what I would type in. I don't know the brand. Oh, that is it. Yeah, it's an Ego right there. These ones, they're all green. And they all use the exact same... Yeah, right here. They use these cool green batteries that look like something out of a sci-fi thing. And when you put them in, it has the exact same sort of satisfying click as putting in the Switch stuff.
Oh, yeah.
But with more force. You put it in, it goes cha-chunk, and you're like... Oh,
ready to roll.
Powerful, right? Now, here's the only problem. I was using the small one, the blower, the little, leaf blower, and it was shocking me. I was getting shocked from it. Because in the winter, I conduct electricity.
I can't stop thinking about Amazing Spider-Man Electro now.
I know, right? But do you see that blanket behind you?
Yeah.
I've literally, winter, I cuddle up in it, I get warm.
Go blanky mode.
I go blanky mode, but here's the problem. Blanky mode creates visible and audible sparks from me. I don't know what it... So, the reason...
What do you use your... What do you wash your clothes with? Like... That's what... That counts.
What do I wash my... Just with whatever...
It depends on, like, the detergent or, like...
Really?
Yeah.
I mean, I use the anti-static stuff in the dryer, which should get rid of it, I'd hope. But it doesn't even matter. I'll put on a new set of clothes that, like, doesn't matter. I will shock stuff. I've literally reset my PS4 once by brushing up against it, and a shock happened, and it reset my console.
I don't know.
It's
that doesn't
weird.
happen to me.
I know, and it's only me.
I'm Electro.
No, that's the thing. It's like, what a crappy superpower. In the winter, I can do bigger than average sparks? It sucks. So actually, one of the reasons I use my metal table there quite a bit is whenever I want to play games, I have to touch it to get rid of my sparks.
What's it called? To
neutralize.
yourself.
To ground myself. I
Yeah.
need to ground myself.
Huh.
It's like, and I've come up to use my computer. I put my hands on the mouse and keyboard, screen shuts off, and there's a shock. It's never...
You have to do that.
It's the worst. I know. It's cool, but it sucks. Anyways, but you know what sucks more? Snow.
Oh, for
Snow
sure.
is the worst.
I can't believe I hate... If I could, I would go back in time, punch myself in the face, and be like, no, you hate winter.
Winter's never been my favorite month. I think anyone who's like, I love winter, was before they were the house's dedicated snow shoveler. When you take over that position...
Okay, snow shoveling isn't that bad.
See,
it gets exercise in.
Okay.
And it's fun.
I'm okay with it if you only have to do it once a day. But those days where it keeps snowing so much and you have to do it 3 or 4 times in a day...
That was yesterday.
That was yesterday. That's why I didn't do it yesterday. Because I'm like, I'm not doing that. Yesterday was
you just let it all pile up?
Yeah, till today.
How high was it, like, from the ground?
It actually melted a bit this morning.
Oh.
It melted a little bit. Yeah, it went down a bit. So at least we had that. Because, yeah, it was regarded as a little bit more sunny. But it was still, like, 3 feet or so.
When I went to work yesterday, like, the drift on my car was, like, at least 2 feet.
Well, that's why I'm happy, like, because I can't park in the garage here, but I have my little carport thing. It's like, that was... Like, the back of my car was, like, piled up quite a bit, but at least I could easily, like, sweep out under there. But, yeah, like, it's bad. Snow sucks. It really does. I'm not saying we should... Now, global warming isn't good.
I was mad yesterday. I was like, I hate this effing season.
Oh, it's the worst. It's bad. It's bad. And I think one of the things that a lot of people don't realize is there's no such thing as a snow day in Canada.
Nope.
No. Whereas Texas will shut down if they get an inch of snow. This is true. No, that's not even a joke. That's true.
I know, that's why it's funny.
Like, they will shut down. Like, streets, nope, doesn't matter. Like, we could be trapped in our homes.
It could be like that Mario Kart level.
Oh, yeah, no, that's real. That's a real place.
Yeah.
That's actually, like, that's taken from a real world place. That Mario Kart level. The exact one, Frappe Snowland. Right? No, that was a real place, and it could be like that, and it wouldn't matter. We would still be told, go to work, go to school, because we don't have snow days. Unlike, I feel like most of the rest of the world. Except maybe like Russia, but they have other problems.
Yeah.
Okay.
So what's your COVID story there?
Okay. So, Halloween. There it was. Halloween day.
Was it before?
No, it was on Halloween. And, well, it was before because Halloween was Saturday. So it was the Friday before, right? It was the 30th. So there I was subbing at my usual go-to school. They said you can dress up as a superhero. So I dressed up as Miyashiro from Fate because, yeah, that
Did anyone
works.
recognize it?
A couple kids did. Well, because, of course, they all see it on Netflix.
I guess.
Right? They can just browse past it on Netflix. There was a bunch of kids who were like, Mr. B, I hear like anime. Have you heard of JoJo? And I'm like...
And I just burst through the wall.
No, it's like, I'm like, tiny 9-year-old child. I literally wrote university papers on JoJo. And they're like, wow, who's your favorite stand user?
They only know part 3 because of Netflix, probably.
No, he knew he knew up
Really?
to part 8. This kid.
Wow.
I was like, wow. I was like,
Cool kid.
he's like, yeah, because once I watched up what they had on Netflix, I read the rest of it online. I'm like, wow, sure. Good luck with some of the horror in part 8, buddy, because even some of it freaks me out. But, it's like, because this kid was like grade 4.
There isn't really anything scary in part 8.
Not scary, but the body horror stuff makes me heebie-jeebie-ish. Getting turned vitamin C.
Wouldn't like part 6? Part 6, I feel.
Part
has more of
6
that.
has, yeah, well...
Like with the...
No, I'm going to say part 7. Part 7 with
What
the
about
corpse
like
parts.
what about like Highway to Hell? Like
No,
the plants growing out of these people.
well, a little bit, yeah, sure.
Well, one.
Yeah, we won't go into too much, but regardless, yeah, it's like there's some stuff where, or the turning your body inside out. That's a rough one.
Oof.
That's a rough one. We won't even say anything else. But yeah, no. So I was surprised by that. So there I am sitting. Oh, and I got chewed out by a old Ukrainian lady.
Of course,
she's like, we said superhero. This is not superhero. You are not. And she's like, you come in with your costume and you're trying to be so fancy. We do not afford costume. And like, I'm like, you guys, if it's a Ukrainian holiday, will come in the most ornate Ukrainian outfits possible. Full makeup.
Did you tell them
full
that?
outfits? No, because I don't care. It's like, whatever. I'm not going to see them again because I'm not going back there for obvious reasons now that I'll talk about in a sec. But it's like, you guys dress up so much for the Ukrainian holidays. So when I come for Halloween and I put in the effort that you would put in for your Ukrainian day, I get chewed out because I'm showing up the other teachers? Come on. So, but there I am in costume eating my lunch.
Well, you're like, it wasn't. Didn't it just come down to like a t-shirt and a wig?
Special t-shirt, special wig, sword.
And that was too fancy for people?
Yes. They, like, literally, their idea of an appropriate costume was wearing a Green Lantern t-shirt, and that's it. They're like, that's as much as you should put in for the effort.
Bazinga.
But anything else they said was, like, too much. You're making fun of the students and the teachers who don't have the money for that.
Oh, my God.
Right? It's stupid. But, okay, they're eating my lunch. All of a sudden, someone bursts into the staff room, and they're like, when was someone going to tell me that classroom was COVID positive? And we're all like, what? And it's like, yeah, this classroom was COVID positive for the past week. And I'm like, I was there Wednesday.
Dun, dun, dun.
And I was just, and so literally you saw the teacher who was in there and he's like, I will see you all in 2 weeks. And he just literally just left. Like, and because when he got the news, he was like, yeah, okay, it's not up to him. This is a cool guy. I like him. He's a good teacher. But he's like, it's not up to me to deal with that. That's up to the school now. Bye, I'm gone. I'm getting tested and staying away for 2 weeks. And so,
I mean, that's what you have to do.
Yeah, right? But so the reason that it took so long is because the principal decided, you know what comes first before telling the people, telling the staff, to not go into that room, say, for supervision, because in indoor supervision, you go into each classroom and make sure everyone's safe, right? Mm-hmm. That's why when she got yelled at, don't be in here, we're COVID positive, she's like, how come nobody told me? Because they decided that the paperwork was what needed to be done first. Because the paperwork was the most important thing, not the actual people, not the actual staff who are walking into that room. And nope, the paperwork came first.
What paperwork?
There's paperwork to say that this teacher has to go away for 2 weeks, and then sending out individual letters to the parents saying that your child is in a COVID positive classroom and here's what you can do at home from now on. You're going to need to be away for 2 weeks. Like, oh my God, it's the worst. And and I've been to a number of schools. This is the only one where this keeps being a problem. This is the same school, though, that had parents saying...
Is this the bad one?
This is the one I was at before. This was the one I was at as a teacher.
Okay.
And yeah.
That's a bad one.
Yeah.
From your experience, from your anecdotes.
Yeah. But it's the only one where there was parents saying, again, it's a Ukrainian school, and they're like, we survived so many things. We do not need these face masks. They are getting rid of our child's intelligence. And then they literally asked their kids to not wear face masks. And it's like, it's the only school that would do something with that notion. So I was like, yeah. So
Well, I've seen some the school over here
yeah,
on the west side of town.
yeah.
I've seen like the kids, then they're like all together without masks.
Of course, yeah. No, I was 100% for we should stick to online schooling till it's done. But the problem is the average age of teachers is around the same age as the dinosaurs. Most of them, like, no, this is for real. The reason that teachers have so many staff meetings is because if you were to say, I'll send out an email about the stuff you need to do, they wouldn't know how to get to their emails. They're ancient. And the young staff are like, if you told them do an online class, they're like, sure, every young person can do it. We grew up with Skype.
Yeah.
It's the same thing. All the young students can do it fine, but you set up these old teachers and it's like, what a better way to show that you need to retire. If you're still teaching at 75 years of age, if you literally grew up in an age without cars, maybe it's time you retire.
Maybe they're just workaholics.
That's the problem. Because, I mean, you can't say, well, maybe they didn't save up for retirement. No. If you've been a teacher, you have an automatic retirement fund that you've been working on the whole time you're a teacher.
Is that like guaranteed?
Guaranteed.
Huh.
You could stop being a teacher and every bit of money, because it's run by the government.
Yeah, I've been... Keep going, I'll
Yeah,
say later.
so, but it's just like every bit of, like, you have retirement money. And in fact, the more you, because I started teaching early, it's been calculated. I can retire by like 49 because of how early I started teaching. Mind you, I would have to get back into a job because right now I'm just a sub again.
Yeah.
But if I were to get back right into a teaching position right now, I could retire at 49. So it's like, it's not even a thing. So, yeah. But I got told that I was in COVID positive classroom while in full costume, which was
That probably soured your mood. Because you were mad online.
I was mad at the school, but I was also mad that I had to ask. I was like, "Hi, you were talking to the teachers. What about me who was a substitute teacher there that day? Because if I wasn't here today, would you have told me?" And the answer is no, because there was other subs that came in and they weren't told. And it's like, it's old people in power who don't know how to do stuff properly.
That's basically it.
It's basically it. And that's what it comes down to. I feel like 90% of why COVID is still here. Old people who are like, I can't turn on a computer. How can I do stuff online?
I wouldn't say 90, I would say. There's a lot of people who are just ignorant.
And they're old.
It's not just old people.
I'm going to be honest. I am very ageist. I'm not even going to lie. Because I have so much of my stuff comes down to old people set in their ways. Like, no, you can't work from home because that's not how we've always done it. Like, what? If a job can be done from home, why not?
Communication. There's a lot of... Not for just teaching, but like office jobs, like that
Well,
kind
I'll give
of
you an
stuff.
example. I have to go and substitute teach online classes. Meaning that if the teacher can't be there to be the online teacher, I have to sub for them. I have to go to the school and sit in their office and teach from there. Because you need to have the accountability that while I'm online teaching, the entire time I'm there as a teacher.
But weren't you playing like... You always say, I'm going to play Fate.
So here's the thing. When I'm actually online teaching, this is what it comes down to. Half an hour of me explaining a lesson. All right, you guys have 45 minutes to do the lesson. If you have a question, hop back into the call and I'll talk to you. Most of the time, they don't have... at this point, they've been doing so much online teaching, the students, that they're like they do the work, they hand it in, wait for the next class.
Are these the same students that were having troubles with online before?
No, because these are kids.
Oh, okay.
The ones who have trouble with online are the adults. The adults are the ones that don't get it.
Right.
Right?
So what happened to them then?
With what, the adults?
Yeah.
We're still trying. It's tough.
Wait, so you're doing both kids and adults right now?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
So I teach kids in the day and adults in the evenings and Saturdays. So like yesterday I taught.
Must be interesting to see how like smart these kids are.
Oh, they're
compared
brilliant.
to
Well,
the
I'll give you a
adults.
perfect example. The kids have the etiquette of online teaching down. Their mics are muted 99% of the time. They press the raise hand button. They wait for me to call their name. They unmute themselves. They ask their question. They mute themselves while I give the answer. And then they unmute themselves to say thank you. And then they mute themselves again. Versus the adults who will literally just randomly unmute themselves and start screaming at family members in different languages. Or they'll unmute themselves and there will be babies running around screaming. Like into the microphone. We had a kid walk up naked once. The kid just walked up naked in the room. And it's like, what are you doing? And I'm like, and I have to record these lessons to send them to archive them because of the purposes. And I'm like, I'm deleting that off my computer. I don't want that saved on my computer. I'll say it was a mistake that it got lost in the internet. Like, come on. So it's like, yeah, the difference is remarkable. The young people have the internet down. The old, it's obvious, right? It's the people who grew up with it versus the people who didn't.
Yeah.
You know? But
people can change. Like, people can adapt. That's what humans are all about.
Oh, yeah, for sure. But it's interesting because it's like you'll have, like, I had a student who did their online learning in the back, because his dad was a truck driver. He was in the back seat of his dad's, like, big rig 18-wheeler truck. He was on a laptop on that using his dad's phone as a tether. And it went 100% fine.
Huh.
And he did it. Like, he was on the laptop. It was tethered to his dad's phone. He used it. The connection was good. There was a bit of audio background noise, but he would mute it whenever he wasn't talking. It went fine. You have the adults who have computers that there was one that was so slow that literally she would go to talk and it would go is die ha ku and so by the time that was done, you would say, "Yes, what is your question?" And then you would hear ourselves through the speakers go, "You, you."
Okay.
And it would go all the way, and we would all 70 of us would be sitting there waiting because these are big online classes with the adults. We are waiting for it to parse. And then she'd go to answer, so we'd say, like, your internet connection's really bad. Please try and use the chat to answer your questions. And you would hit the mute button on her, and it was so delayed that it wouldn't mute until, like, 3 minutes later. It's so rough. And I'm like, I have kids on phones in the back of their dad's truck who work perfectly. What is up with this? So.
You done venting?
I am. I'm still getting paid for it all, so it's all good.
Well, I was saying my new roommate, he's a peace officer, and he's just basically like, if you get a job with the government, you're pretty much set.
You're set for your, what's the official term? Not your retirement fund, your pension. That's the one. You get a pension, yeah.
So, maybe that's a route.
Mm-hmm.
See, he said go online, see if there's anything that interests you, and give it a shot.
Oh, yeah.
So,
government jobs also get tons of holidays. Like, way more than anything else.
Where's the caveats here?
The caveat is that you're a government worker, and everyone says, oh, look, it's a cushy government worker with their pension and their days off.
Just feel like that's jealousy more than anything.
Oh, it is.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Hell, I'll admit, I'm jealous.
Yeah.
Like, you and my roommate.
It's true. There is the caveat of you have to do the job.
Well,
but
it's
a job, right? Yeah, it's a job.
Function as an adult, not that hard.
Yep.
Bit hard for some people, but
yes, it is.
Anyways, but yeah, I've I'm in a duplex now.
Nice.
2 pets. One is the roommates. One is the other roommates, who is Jacob.
Yep.
They have a very Garfield and Odie relationship.
The pets or the roommates?
The pets.
Okay. Needed to clarify.
Because one is like really smart. He's not fat. He's like.
Okay.
I'm talking based just purely on attitudes.
Okay.
The dog is a dumbass.
Yeah. Yes. As most dogs are, but we love them nonetheless.
Yes. He's a bulldog and he makes weird noises, which is really funny.
Bulldogs are bred to make weird noises.
Yeah.
They are a flawed species, but we love them for that.
One time he made a sound that I could only describe as a TV breaking.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, I can see it.
But yeah, it's great so far.
Nice.
Yeah.
How's your bed chair? Your chair bed.
What?
You were talking about how you want to get a chair bed. A bed chair.
What are you talking about?
Weren't you? You saying
It rings a bell, but I'm like, what was I referring?
You were like, because you're like, the angle to look at the TV is weird,
Oh.
so you were going to get a bed chair.
Oh yeah, like, well, originally I had my TV like really kind of high on the left side,
Yeah.
and I'm like, and I was pretty much like almost like that way.
Yeah,
towards the
at
TV.
an angle.
And I'm like, I don't really like this, and my head is like tilted up, and that was what it was like at the old place. I'm like,
It's like a dentist's office.
Yeah, I told myself I was gonna like have it lower, but it's like, oh, we already put it in. My dad's gonna like, because me and my dad did it, and he's like, he's gonna have to come over again to bring his tools and everything. And he was completely fine with it, so we like lowered it and moved it to the right a bit, and it's like way better.
Okay, good.
So it's like almost eye level,
Nice.
and it's way better. But there's still times where like I think I need to get like a seat cushion or something. Because like sitting on that computer chair too long.
I tried I tried one of those like bed chair things when I originally was doing my university, because I like to sit on my bed with my laptop to do some work. But I tried that, and it's the least comfortable thing ever. But have you heard about the Cube?
No.
You haven't heard about the Gamer Cube?
No, I haven't.
So there's this thing called, I only know about it because I've seen it from other like internet people who say this is like the comfiest thing if you're going to be using, like for them it's they use it for if they're on their couch and they want to have the mouse and keyboard there.
Oh, I'm not on a couch though.
You're not, but it's like a bed kind of. Like the bed where it's like you have like your legs out, right?
Well, look it up and let's see what.
Yeah.
Gamer Cube.
Okay. so, okay, so it's like, I know, I typed in Pat Gamer Cube. So it's like, okay, this is it here. So it's like this,
Oh.
right? So you have,
Yeah, that's not what I'm looking
things
for.
at your side, and then you have,
you have
yeah,
the Mountain Dew.
Mountain Dew
pocket.
literally in there. The Couchmaster Psychon. Okay, that's not what you're looking for. Okay, but yes, there's many talks about the Gamer Cube and the getting ready for the game. Oh, it's fun.
No, I mean just like something to sit on that's more comfortable and that's made for long-lasting stuff.
You think I'm strapped in for my safety? Oh, okay. Okay. Okay, yeah.
Democracy won. That's also what happened.
Yes. Oh, you know doom scrolling?
Yeah, a lot of people were doing that.
A lot
on
of
my
people were
feed.
doom scrolling, but you know what I was? And this is the official term? Joy scrolling.
Hope scrolling.
I like joy scrolling myself.
I guess
Because
that
it's
rings
not
better.
hope. Hope makes it sound like there's a chance, but you're not sure. Joy is it happened. The joy of just the memes. There was some good memes. The Persona one is so funny. It's so lame, but it's so funny. It's just Joe Biden with the Joker mask and the Persona music, and behind him is Thomas Edison from Fate.
Oh, that's why you liked it.
Well, yeah.
I'm like, I thought it was just like a general persona.
Well, no,
whatever.
but because it's a Persona and Fate are the same, where it's like here's like a historical figure redone as like a thing. So for him, it's Thomas Edison.
That fits.
Oh, it's so good. Yeah, no, it's good. Though the meltdowns that we're seeing from the other side are equally as delicious. You saw the Four Seasons thing?
Oh, how incompetent.
How stupid do you have to be to so quickly like that's like I'll make that mistake if I'm like if I want to order like a burger and fries and I just accidentally order the individual burger because I clicked too quickly. But in that case, it's like whatever. But how do you get so far as to book the venue
At a landscaping
at a
firm?
landscaping firm next to a dildo shop?
Wasn't it?
It was. It's just so good. Did you know that we're jumping the gun a little bit, but you know that Rudy Giuliani that you saw in the Borat movie? Did you know he married his cousin?
No.
Like, it's the jokes write themselves. You don't even need to make jokes. The facts are funny enough. You don't need fake news. The
It's
real
like-
news is funny enough.
Did you see that guy on the oh, what was it? Oh,
Was it the news channel?
The news channel,
Yeah, it
or
was
is it
like,
tells
is this
them-
fake news or real news? Apparently, he said buzz off. But
it's
mic-
way better if it's...
Oh, and he said, you know what? For the record, I said buzz off, but it really sounds like I didn't. So you know what? We take those.
Just take that W.
Just the whole time, like we were watching, my dad and I were watching the news the whole time, and we're like CNN, Global, like all of our news channels, every single one dunking on Trump, everyone saying like,
Well, he basically attacked democracy.
oh yeah,
That one of those
Well,
days.
Just the fact that there'll be times where he'll be saying something and they'll cut away and say that's a lie, or they'll
It's
just
like, we're
say,
not showing this
Yeah,
anymore.
we're not showing this anymore. That's a lie. Or just every single time where it'd be like the headline would be like, Trump says this despite it being a lie, or with zero evidence, or out of nowhere, right? Like it's been so funny. We're like,
Oh, it's still happening. It's probably going to go until January.
well,
to get him
yeah,
out of
he's
there.
in there, and he said one of the best things I look forward to, which is, if you want me out of the White House, you'll have to drag me kicking and screaming. To which everyone said, I hope it's on pay-per-view.
Sick.
I would pay to watch that. The Secret Service
Is there anything he can do?
tranquilizing him and dragging him out like an elephant carcass would be so funny.
Did you see he was like talking to like Brazil? The
Yeah.
Brazil army?
Well, no. But then the Brazilian president there literally had to turn off the international call line because they're like, sir, he's going to try and ask you to invade America. And he was like, no. So they literally turned off the international phone line. That because the presidents all have a way to communicate directly with each other. It turned it off. It's just like... one thing after, I'm sure if I go to Twitter right now, there'll be another new thing. Like, let's look. Let's see what's happening right now in the world. Let's see here. Let's see.
There was like people just saying like when
Actually, there's nothing really new. I think we're slowing down a bit.
when they were Joe and Kamala were doing their acceptance speeches or whatever.
Yeah.
They were like, people were like, this is so boring, but I'm so glad it's back.
Yeah, where it's like they're not saying anything ridiculous.
Yeah.
Well, that was another thing. I was talking to a former American who I work with, and she's like, "It's gonna be nice to not have to watch all the speeches, because like you never tuned in for an Obama speech because you knew he would just say normal things. Maybe you'll go if he's talking about something you're interested in." But otherwise, you know nothing's going to happen, right? Versus every time Trump opened his mouth, he said something. By the way, we're Canadian, and so, of course, we're going to lean to the side that we prefer.
You're a libtard.
Oh, God.
Let's not get into that.
Oh, my God. I got...
If you want to just summarize it,
It's the Super Mario Brothers Z guy. Like, the online, like, Newgrounds animation guy. Apparently, he deleted all his tweets, though, and said he was sorry because he was getting too heated over it. But it's like, buddy. Buddy.
And I can't speak for you, but I'm not saying Joe's perfect either.
No, God, no. But here's the thing, and I feel like this is something that Americans, because whenever I bring this up, they're like, oh, I guess that's right. You're not voting for one person. You're really voting for all the people that he brings. So even if you don't like Joe, think about everyone else who will talk to him and, bring up issues to him. Those people matter way more than the guy actually in charge. The president is more than anything a figurehead. He's the guy that gets all the recognition. Yeah. But what's more important is the people that are actually going to be helping to make the decisions.
Well, isn't the
So they're fighting. The Senate right now is still in turmoil over if it's going to be
isn't it still
split?
Dominated by Republicans, though?
It would be.
Is it?
But there's going to be a runoff ballot, which is like, and this is another stupid thing, every state has their different rules. Every single state has different ways of determining it. So there's like a weird rule that like one of the states is going to instead be, we're going to vote for that people later because it was too close. And if both, so there's like two positions open. If both of those, so right now it's majority red, but if both of those get blue, it's majority blue. It's only by like one because it's like 50 each, right? Pretty much. So it's like, it's crazy that we are at a point where it could be entirely blue. Because then, there'd be no one to challenge any of the stuff.
I feel like that wouldn't be good, though.
I
don't know.
Because here's the thing.
But I'm not
they're blue, though. Like, okay, we are in the most right-wing province in Canada. We are more left than Joe Biden. Because, like, at the end of the day, America's left wing is like our right wing. Like, it's ridiculous. Like, it's so much further over, right? So it's like, yeah, you're not going to get the crazy, like, they're going to have to fight if they want to get the Medicare for all, which is ridiculous because of the fact that that's literally would help every American. Like, he said he wants to get rid of student debt. That would do so much. Like, he would just, from every student in the country, erase $10,000 of debt from them, from the student debt. Like, that would be an incredible thing that there are still going to be people opposed to. Saying, oh, they didn't work for that. It's like, what? Now they can get jobs and go work and improve the country. So, like, what? I have problems with America.
But then the schools get screwed over and because they don't get their money back.
Okay, did you know
schools are already underfunded though?
They are, but the money wouldn't come from the schools. They would just go because it's in the banks that it goes to. It would be affecting banks. But did you know that? And this might be our American viewers are going to say, yeah, of course it's how it is. In America, the schools are run by the neighborhoods. So, I could be in a neighborhood in the same town as you, but you're in a different neighborhood. And we could be doing completely different schooling experiences. Mm-hmm. There's the idea of an overall governing body, like a teachers' association or a school board, is seen as socialism there. So, like, for us...
That's such a weak word nowadays,
socialism. Oh, it is. But it's like, for us... I could go anywhere in the province, and it's the same curriculum. I could teach anywhere, and it's the same. We have the same rules for the entire... Like, for us, it's like the city school boards, right? Or the county school boards, where it's like for a large portion of areas. But it's like, I didn't know that it's so individual. And that's why when you hear about how every single state has different rules for voting, God, you guys really don't like group decisions. Everyone has to be special. Like in there's like I was watching a video where it's like in one state, do you know how they vote? They go to a machine with giant levers that you pull, and it's like a punch card machine. So you pull these giant levers down to vote on your cards.
What the hell?
And other ones, it's like, yeah, in ours we don't have anything paper. And so then someone asked, so then how do you, like, if there's a computer error, how do you keep track that the person voted
No.
Oh, we don't, because the company that sponsors us, they don't want us using paper. It's like, what? Versus us, all of Canada. Same way to vote everywhere you go. You go to a gym, you get a tiny pencil, you check it off,
You go into like
fold
a
it,
cardboard.
go into a cardboard box,
Yeah.
you check it off, and then you fold it over the little line, and
Yep.
then, you fold it and you drop it in the box. They say thank you for voting because it's an old person there, and then you go. 15 minutes tops, right?
Yeah.
And you have like 3 weeks to do it. Like, voting day is here, but we have early voting for like 3 weeks, so it's like you can come in.
Well,
at
they
any
do that in
time.
the States too. If you vote early.
In some states.
Right.
In
That's
some
so
states,
ridiculous.
right? And in
Like-
others, it's like, you can vote early, but only if you work at these jobs.
The Electoral College is a joke.
So I did have someone convince me of the ups of it, which is basically... So, for example here, in Canada, the majority of our population is in Ontario and Quebec. So really, because we go by popular vote number... They determine the election for the country. So I can sort of see where it's like, for someone who lives in the Yukon, their vote...
Or Saskatchewan.
Well, no, Saskatchewan still has a sizable population. But what about, like, Nunavut? Nunavut has, like, 400 people in a area bigger than, like, 5 or 6 states put together. So it's like, yeah, I can sort of see why, where it's like, proportionally, I can understand. But at the same time, the actual maps have not been updated for the Electoral College in 100 years. And there's been major changes in 100 years. In 100 years, many people are actually considered citizens now. So it's like, the fact that if you're now black, you can vote, that's a pretty big change. I think we should upgrade some stuff, right? So... Wow,
That's the most political.
We're getting real political, but you know what? That's
It's
fine.
going to be a long podcast.
That's fine.
It's been a while.
It has been, yes. I mean, okay, here's the thing. We're talking about Borat in a little bit.
Yeah.
There's no way to not get political.
Oh, yeah.
So it's like, we're getting as much as we can out of the way now. Letting it be clear where we stand, which, as Canadians, you should have seen this coming. Like, let's be real. The funniest is all the people that are like, I'm going to move to Canada. And it's like, what? We are so much more left-wing than Biden, dude. We're so much more.
It's just weird how I know way more about American politics than I do Canadian.
Well, here's the thing. Canadian politics are pretty low-key.
Yeah.
It's like, honestly.
Do you see those, like, middle finger Trudeau
everywhere,
stickers
yeah.
everywhere? It's like, come on.
And it's like, for what? Not because of the blackface. No one does that for the blackface. I mean, the blackface was a thing, but it's like, honestly...
People grow.
Yeah.
Like, there's a lot of
He was a teenager, too.
Yeah.
Like, I'm going to be real. You've seen Teenage Tanner's Facebook posts. Oh. I've deleted most of them.
And you're pretty good guy nowadays.
They were really bad, because I was the edgy, fedora-wearing atheist, sort of... I was bad. I hate it. Oh, it's bad. It's rough. I look back on some of those and go, oof, oof, oof. So it's like, yeah, people change, right?
Yeah.
So, but they're not. That's not why they have the middle finger.
Probably just their ideals.
It's
collide with.
Exactly, it's what it is,
but
right?
it's just blown out of proportion.
Yeah, but like even still, it's like for the most part, like yeah, there's stuff going on in Canada where it's like, I mean, the stuff with the lobster fishing. You hear about that?
No.
So that's the thing. It's like
again. I don't know these issues in Canada.
It's a pretty big thing that's happening right now, where the fishermen whose job it is to fish don't think that the Aboriginals who do the lobster fishing on the coast should be allowed to do it, because they say you guys are taking too many lobsters. We need to sell it for money, and you guys are taking too much. And they're like, hi. There's a treaty sign that says we can do our fishing as long as it's for the amount that lets us live our life and nothing more. And they argue, to live my life, can't I sell, like if I get 10 of them, can't I sell 8? Like it's still letting me live my life. I'm not making a business of it. I have some extra lobster. I want to sell it. So then how do the fishermen react? Destroying the natives' boxes for lobsters, poisoning thousands of them, saying you get none of these now, and like shooting them.
Jesus.
Right? Not at them, but shooting in the air near them, because we're not American. We don't shoot at people. We shoot in the air by them. Hey. So it's like that's going on, and that's a pretty big thing. And yeah, it's not hurt as much as the American politics. That's like the biggest thing going on in our country right now. That and the pipelines, which...
Yeah, the pipeline, I knew about that. That's big
Well, of
deal.
course, that's like... Because that's where we are. So, of course, we hear about that a lot. And I'm like... of two minds about that, because it's like I recognize it'd be good for the economy. But also, boy, those keep bursting. Kind of always. Happen a lot. So it's like, you think by now we'd have a firm grasp on that, you know? Also, I think we should diversify, personally, because, like, I believe in our lifetime we're going to see fossil fuels dry up. We're really getting too many of them. And so, like, the argument here right now is, you know, for us, it's, should we diversify and start doing solar power and, you know, in addition to oil? Whereas in the States, it's, should certain people be legal citizens and should we lock children up in cages because they're Mexican? So, differences in country.
Okay.
Okay.
I think
we've about wrung this dry.
Yeah. I mean, I could go on.
Oh, yeah.
Like, I was thinking, like...
But we're not a political podcast.
No.
We still need to go back to our focus.
I was thinking this morning. I was in a good mood. Because, you know, my life's better.
Yeah.
And I was thinking, like, you obviously don't have the time because you're a teacher. But I'm like, I could start another podcast. Talk about just random stuff.
Yeah.
So.
A lot of people have multiple podcasts.
Yeah. I just don't know who I would do it with.
Well,
so.
It's an idea to put into the world. Anyways, let's get away from the world of politics.
In the world
and
of games.
Go to something completely no politics involved whatsoever. I love Metal Gear Solid, but thank God there's no politics in it.
Right.
Right?
Yeah.
Let's
Thank
talk
God.
about them video games.
It's been a while, so some of this stuff is several weeks old. But I finished the 3D All-Stars collection with Galaxy there.
Did you do the Luigi mode?
Nope, but I started it.
Okay.
So.
At least you got it unlocked there.
Yeah, Galaxy's good.
Galaxy is a good game.
That's all. Don't really want to say much more about it.
There's not much. It's
Everything's already been said about this collection, right?
It's
Steve came out.
Yes, he did.
Yes.
I think that happened before last time. Did it?
Didn't.
Oh, really?
Nope.
Okay.
Steve's fun.
He's good.
Yeah.
He's weird.
Which I like.
I actually don't really like playing as him.
I just like how like these characters are from their games and they play like.
Oh no, I think he's really neat. I just don't like playing as him. I think out of all the DLC characters, he's the one that as soon as I touched him, I'm like, nope.
Really?
This is not for me.
Huh.
Like Min, I'm like, I can get around Min, right? Terry, I got those combos down, right?
Baby Game beat you?
Byleth, what?
Baby Game beat you?
Oh. See, it's interesting because Sakurai in one of his interviews said, you know, we considered making, you know, Steve a very easy character for people to pick up and play.
No, that wouldn't be true.
But that wouldn't be true because Minecraft has a lot going on, right? So it's like...
Just like the character.
Yeah, there's a lot there with, you know, the craziness and the glitches that were... Most of them were patched out by now.
Yeah. Steve's meat.
So I, like...
What's there to say about that?
I wonder... I'm kind of of two minds where it's like, was...
Getting political again.
Was that a glitch?
It might have been, honestly,
Because here's the thing. He
'Cause
goes
that meat
bite,
disappears in the game.
bite, and then puts it down. And it's like, never in Minecraft do you take 2 bites of meat and put it down.
Yeah.
You always eat the full thing, right? You press that button and it goes, and it's gone, right? He goes, and then he holds it.
Yeah, because it's kind of obvious.
Yeah.
I don't know if
So
the testers would have seen that, right?
I think it was a glitch.
Probably.
I think it actually was. I love the interview someone did where someone asked one of the I think was this Phil Spencer or one of them.
Oh yeah,
where
it's Phil.
It was Phil where it's like they showed him the Steve with the meat and they said that's gonna be changed to the final game, right? oh that's in. Oh we're gonna have a talk about that. I love that. That's good. It makes me happy.
But yeah, smash is smash.
Smash is smash.
Four left still. That's crazy.
Yeah, right. It almost felt like Steve was like
The final one.
like final or second last, but it's like no, we still got a ways to go.
Guess what I've been playing again?
What's that? Oh yeah, there it is.
Overwatch.
It's
fun again. It's really fun again.
You know what? Let's take that Overwatch. Let's just put a pin in it for a bit because I want to talk about that a little bit later.
Okay.
Okay.
Phasmaphobia. Do you want to put a pin in this one too?
Let's also put a pin in this. Okay. Actually, let's put the same pin. Let's kind of stack them on top of each other and put a pin in both of them at once.
Sure.
We will be talking about those.
I've touched the new Doom Eternal DLC.
Okay.
The Ancient Gods part 1. I'm just still in the middle of the first level. Haven't had between moving and like switching works and all that. Haven't had time to play it.
Yep.
It's fun so far. Fellow Gene, he said he didn't like it. He said a lot of the encounters in the game were frustrating, but if you're there for the story, it's really good. So I'm excited to see what.
Interesting.
Because there's a lot of stuff to unpack after the end of Doom Eternal. So is
it a sequel or is it like a side quill?
It takes place after the game, so
it's a proper post one. Okay.
Yeah. We'll do that last because
there's a lot to talk about with that one.
Persona 5 Royal, that's the one I've been playing mostly right now. Getting into it. I'm in the game now. I'm in the game.
So where are you at now?
I'm like addicted to this game again.
But where are you at?
I'm waiting for Futaba to recover.
Okay.
So, man, I love it.
Okay.
I love that game, man.
Was Futaba's palace better? Because that was honestly probably my
really.
I loved the aesthetics, but I thought it was the most time where I was like, God, can we just at least get back to like a save point? Like, please,
Well, no, all the save points were in the main room there. Yeah, except the last part.
Getting back to the main room, it took forever.
So I remember in the vanilla version there was the puzzles where you had to switch stuff.
Yeah,
I remember that being infuriating in the base game.
Annoying.
But it wasn't a problem in Royal. So.
They must have balanced it because that was the one. Like I love the aesthetics of it, but then when you actually got around into the pyramid, it was like, oh, this.
I actually loved it.
Nice, good. They improved on a part that I was like, there's 2 parts of Persona 5 I didn't like, that dungeon, and when Mona decides to be a little bitch.
so like next coming up is that's the major part of the game I had an issue with in vanilla, so I'm excited to see what they change.
I hope they replace it with Lady On. I'm human now.
Honestly, you think that's what it's going to be? I haven't seen Human Morgana yet.
I haven't seen it yet. No, I don't know anything about that still. So I'm like, I'm like nice and in the dark, which, like, honestly,
I still am too. It's like,
I'm pretty happy because I've seen nothing of the game past the final third. Like the new parts of the game, I don't know.
I haven't seen that at all.
No, so it's like, okay. So I'm excited. I mean, I still haven't gotten around to playing it yet, but I'll probably.
But there's
that'll be one that I'll probably play on my PS5.
We talked about that later.
Yep.
But there's systems that were in the base game but expanded upon in Royal that I'm using now, and I'm like, there's so much to this game, like you dig, but there's still more stuff down there. Like I didn't level up any of the twins in my vanilla playthrough.
Oh yeah.
So there's
a lot there that you missed.
Incredibly large amount of stuff in the Velvet Room there that I'm playing with.
That was actually one thing.
I spent like an hour in that. Sometimes.
Well, that was one thing that I did when I was playing the original game. Was I asked someone, I'm like, okay, which ones are the ones that unlock important gameplay features? And when I was told those, I'm like, yeah, those are things I want to focus on. There's a couple where I'm like, that is not something I care about, so I'm not touching that.
And this morning I leveled up Kawakami to level 5, and unlocked the
Kawakami.
Shut up. And I didn't use her you call her to do stuff for you.
That was my most used thing in the base game.
I didn't do that at all.
That was the best because it's like you could just get her to do just stuff for you.
Yeah.
And because you couldn't go around at night. So how do you kind of maximize your stuff is with Kawakamis.
Well, her whole thing about her line about how she needs money and all that is because she feels guilty about something. I don't want to spoil it, but I feel for her.
Oh yeah. No.
She's in a bad spot.
Oh no, her story was one of my favorites in at least the base game.
But yeah, right now I unlocked the ability to do stuff in class, but right now it's the summer vacation, so it's
which
kind of useless.
You got to also think about their summer vacation is like our winter break.
Yeah,
it's because whenever I play a Persona game, I'm like, wow, summer vacation hit quickly. Oh right, it's not like our summer vacation. It's like our winter break where it comes pretty quickly, but it also is only like a couple of weeks, so it's like you Gotta
And then
think
there's
about
like
that.
there's these like mini games I never even like knew about. Like I didn't do fishing at all.
Oh,
I
yeah,
didn't
I did
do
fish in
the
there.
batting cages at all. Like
I did the batting cages a couple. I did it
it's way
like once
better.
or twice, but I kept losing them, and I'm like, well, this is a waste of time because it's not guaranteed,
I
because it's
guess.
like I
But
kept missing.
if you get the book to be better at it, you can like slow down
Oh, I
time.
don't think that was in the original. I think that's new.
I'm not sure.
Because in the original, I remember it was you just had to
If you have
play baseball.
any questions about this game, Tanner, ask Nino. He's basically my
Doesn't
encyclopedia
he
for this game.
No, I was gonna say, I was like, doesn't he
It's
hate
the other
Persona?
guy.
No, it's the other guy.
Yeah, like I've been like messaging him the whole time and be like, I'm doing this. He's like, oh, and he sends me like this like page full of stuff, and I'm like, yes, you're the
Just
best.
be like, hey, how do I fuse a Black Frost with Mabufu?
That's the thing. He knows these spells off heart. He's like, he does. He's like,
It's like, yeah, the best I can get you is Bufu Dine, It's like,
yeah, it's like what? Because he's like, he played it like twice this year, and he's like planning to do it a third time.
how do you guys have so much time for
I know,
gaming?
that's-
Well,
that's
okay,
what I was
well,
saying.
I say that, but then I'll be talking about what I've been doing, so.
But yeah, I maxed out Kazumi, the new girl.
Yes.
'Cause she only has 5 levels,
Yes, and you need to get her maxed out
Yeah.
to get the...
as long as Maruki. So I have to do that
Yep.
when I return to school.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Still don't know his deal, so I'm like...
me neither. I'm expecting him to be like this evil guy.
The moment I saw him, like, that dude's probably like Lucifer. Like, I'm calling it. I sees it. I can see that
Because
sexy, devilish
he's
charm.
way too like supportive and like
Yeah.
he has no flaws to him.
Yeah,
which
absolutely.
Is, like, really suspicious.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, no, he's kind of showing some flaws, but not enough to be like.
But are they
to put my
flaws, or are
trust-
they, like, little chipping away at him to show his true nature, where he's going to be like... So you just had to come digging for the truth, haven't you?
Well, that's kind of what's happening with Mishima, and this whole like he's like actually an asshole who just
Oh, Mishima?
Mishima, yeah.
He's my least favorite character in the entire Persona series. He's
Really?
He's anime Butters from South Park. He's just like,
He's
hey
so-
guys, I'm a fan of the Phantom Thieves. Wouldn't it be funny if I were to, say that I'm like friends with them on the internet?
And he like does everything so selfishly. He does everything like for his own personal
what
gain.
What is that line that he says out loud that makes even Futaba cringe? Where it's
I haven't gotten that yet.
It was in the base game. It was in the base Persona, where it was Persona 5, where he's like, wow, an IRL girl. He says,
And that makes Futaba cringe.
yeah, even Futaba's like, oh, never speak again. Like, it's so bad. I forget what it is, but it's like, I can't even look at him, and it's voiced, and I hate him.
And they added so many just mechanics to like the battle system in Royal.
Yeah.
Like, we're in.
Well, because it was a lot of stuff that was locked away behind the other characters, like the baton pass is the big one.
Oh,
where
that's
it's like,
that's so
well,
nice.
yeah, because you had to work for that, right? And now it's a crux of gameplay.
And then
Now
you can just easily level up because it's only like 2 levels per character, and
Yeah.
they get you like boosts in damage and SP.
no,
And
it's
if
nice.
you start stacking them, you can basically just like wipe bosses out almost.
yeah, it's great. I like the depth.
Yeah. Borat.
Borat 2, otherwise known as, we need the full title.
That's what the full title is.
No. Remember in the movie they show the full title and it's longer. Okay, so it is, the full title is, yes, so it is Borat, subsequent movie from delivery of prodigious bride to American regime for make benefit once glorious nation of Kazakhstan. That's the full title.
Yes.
So,
So.
I much prefer this to the first movie.
Oh yeah, I think so. Well, okay, so we're gonna go into full spoilers here. I think.
As much spoilers as you can really get for Borat, but
Yeah.
there are some.
But I thought the whole daughter thing was gonna be kind of a weakness to the film. But
It's
was
the best part.
It was the best part.
It's
of
the
the
best
film.
part.
Yeah.
Because one of my big problems was Borat in the first movie. He just had the fat guy with him, and
He didn't even talk.
he
Barely talked.
He didn't talk, and they just wrestled naked, and it was like, and my friend was like, "Ah, it's so funny. They're pretending to have gay sex," and I'm like, it's not very funny, right? But then this one,
Well, you gotta realize these films are like of their eras, right?
they are,
And this
that's
one is very much so.
no, yes, and I do think that one of the things that this has that the first didn't is it also has
A plot?
well, there
I'd
was
say there's,
some
like,
in the first.
definitely
There's way more in this.
Yeah.
But heart.
Yeah.
There's heart to this. There's
sure.
there's moments where okay, I can't look at him on screen with that on his crotch anymore. It was him wearing the
banana hammock.
yeah, but it was a mask. It was a COVID mask for okay. So there was times where I loved the marks, like you know what I mean by the mark, like the people that they're pranking, like. There was times where I loved them more than like I liked them more than I liked
Well, give me an example.
the prank. The babysitter. I thought the stuff that she said
she was cool.
was really good. The scene with the entire synagogue scene was
So funny. That was my favorite.
but it was equally funny as it was like it actually really tugs at my heartstrings. Because you can see that that lady has been in that situation before, and she knew how to diffuse an insane person. She knew how to deal with someone coming in saying that, you know, Jews are these demons, dressed up as a horrible stereotype. And you learn later, well, not in the movie, but like afterwards, he broke character and explained.
Because she passed away. One of them passed away.
Not the one that he talked to, but one of them did there, right?
Yeah.
And yeah, like they talk because they're like, oh man, like this was like, you know, thank you for dealing with this in such a wonderful way. Like this is why we did it. And she's like, you know, they understood, which was like really nice, right? Mm-hmm. So it's like, yeah, there's so much heart to the movie, which is something I didn't expect. And I don't think they went about planning on it because it doesn't start off that way.
Well, yeah, like I was just about to say the way it like molds into the COVID stuff.
So that's the thing. The movie
just
goes in a different direction as soon as the world IRL starts to crumble.
And it's cool to see that, like
it's
movies
really
being affected
interesting.
by actual.
It's amazing.
And we're probably going
to
see that a lot more once the pandemic passes.
Yeah,
because Did you see that Michael Bay thing?
No,
movie? It's like a dystopian future where like COVID mutates into like something and everyone's barred into their homes.
Oh,
why would you want to go see that?
No, don't.
Why would
you can't.
Well,
why would you order that on whatever streaming service he puts it on?
Oh, it's terrible. But anyway, like the just the whole like again like what going back to politics, the whole what's the more dangerous thing, Democrats or this virus?
Yeah.
The Democrats.
There's so many times
like
where it's just like
at the what's it called? Like the
Trump rally?
The rally?
Yeah.
Like, did you see like the behind the scenes
video? Yes.
People were like after him.
Oh yeah.
That's insane.
Oh yeah. Like
not surprising, but it's just insane.
Also the fact that they sung along to his song.
Yeah. Where
it's like, really? Take a look at yourselves. You know?
Man.
It's
and then at the end of the movie with the
I love the ending. I loved it. I'm like, oh man. Because I felt like if it went another way, it would have been an example of like I feel like this would have been a movie weaponized by like Trump followers, if not for the way it ended. Where once because they'd be like, yeah, that's how it is, you know, and then you see how it ends and you're like, no, this isn't a movie for you. You're kind of stupid. Yeah. It's like people who watch Fight Club and go, oh, man, I wish I was like Tyler Durden. It's like, no, you're not supposed to. that's the point is, so they make it very clear where it's like this movie isn't for you if you agree with the stuff that is being said. And I'm happy about that because you need that now. You need that explicitness to say like, hey, don't be, it's like the Trump supporters dancing to System of a Down and Rage Against the Machine, where it's like, what are you doing?
Again, the jokes write themselves.
And when the artists are going to Twitter saying, this was not what I intended for, this is hilarious, you're so stupid.
Oh, man. Oh, the whole. Okay, this is a spoiler.
Okay.
So skip maybe like.
So if you have not seen Borat and would like to, we would say stop now. Maybe go watch it right now.
Yeah.
I would recommend. So here's the thing, I don't like raunchy sort of stuff like this. I still recommend it for the heart.
Yeah. Okay. So
3,
spoiler.
2, 1. You're good.
The COVID twist with Borat being the carrier, the initial carrier. That was so funny.
Oh, you know
I
that
didn't even-
like the writer team was like
We hit gold
killing
here.
themselves with like we could work this in such an amazing way, and
Because the gypsy tears at the beginning, I'm like, my mind wasn't on that
like
at all.
you weren't even on that, but even just like the way that he comes up and like hugs people or pats them on the back, and it's like, and it does a super cut of them, and you're like, oh my god, what? But it's even like it's funny because I bet you they didn't even know about that when they filmed those scenes.
No, probably not.
But just because that's how the world changed.
Yeah.
When they were filming it, where it's like now you can't do that, right?
Yeah.
Oh, so good.
And then the whole thing with Rudy. Whew. That was...
What, like so when I heard the story, I was like, I want to see it for myself. I never saw pictures of it online. I was like, I didn't get the scene spoiled for me to see what it looked like. I'm like, let's see how obvious it is. If he says no, that's they filmed it like it was, then you watch it and you're like, oh my god, he was touching himself.
If they like left that even like a second longer, they wouldn't have been able to like put that on film.
Nope.
It would be evidence at that point.
Yeah, it was like, wow.
Christ. And just the fact that like Borat walks into the Trump rally with a KKK uniform and no one stops him.
So here's the thing. He goes and dresses in KKK. No one stops him. He goes to the bathroom and then dresses up as Trump. That's when he gets caught. That's when they do it. Hey, I can excuse the KKK, but if you're making fun of our glorious leader, that's when you get kicked out. Like, it's so wild.
That's what makes these two movies so great. Like just like a product, because like when we watch this movie again in like 20 years or something, or until we're past this point in history,
it is an amazing time capsule.
Yeah, and like the world is garbage right now. There's so much bad shit going on, but like this year especially is going to be like written in those history books.
Well, I saw this one. It's like a kid highlighting the whole page, and it's like highlight the important points of 2020. Highlights the entire page,
pretty much,
right?
Because there's been like a thing almost every month this year.
Yeah, remember the Hornets? Remember the killer Hornets?
Like, they found one like last month.
Yep, we're safe. We have the cold.
Yeah, but like, it's just Anyways,
okay.
And then finally, the Walking Dead Deluxe #2 came out.
Yes.
Really cool thing they put at the end. They put in the original, what's it called?
Drafts?
The presentation to the
pitch.
The pitch.
Nice.
Like the full few
that's
pages
cool. That's
and
cool.
The description and everything at the
The
end.
one where he lied about it being aliens or something?
Pretty much.
Great.
But it didn't like explicitly explain it was aliens.
Yeah,
but,
yeah. Nice.
But it was really cool that they're putting so much into these issues.
Yeah, that's
so
cool.
I hope people buy them. So
even if they don't do a lot of them, but if they
run?
all have something cool, well, they're planning to, but of course sales will determine. But even if you just get each one having a neat little bonus thing, that's awesome.
And even plus on top of that, they said they included stuff like, oh, this was different at this time, or these characters didn't even have names. Like Laurie's name was Carol.
Oh, wow, that's a problem. Beginning.
So they switched that over probably and everything. It's just as a diehard fan of this series, it's so cool to
It's the cool thing for you,
to see what could have ended up different, or what was different in the end and all that. So, yep, and that's all I've been playing except one, which we'll talk about now.
I think now, yeah, because that's one of the other. It's my first thing on there, so.
Yeah. Hyrule Warriors.
The demo
of Age of Calamity.
So okay, I'm going to say I played it once and then I said I don't want to overlevel my characters, so I only did I did one of every mission, then I said okay, off, because I didn't want to overlevel.
So I did a few of the main missions. I wanted to play a few of them, or them multiple times.
Okay, so you did a couple. I know some people have literally got maxed out of every weapon variety, and there's one bug that has a 0.1% chance of dropping that you can use to unlock another shop, and you need to get 10 of them, and so you grind the maps for this super rare bug to get it, because of course you can only do chapter 1 stuff, So it's like, I'm sure that bug's going to be super common later. But right now it's a low chance drop. So people have been like grinding for it.
Yeah, I don't want to overlevel.
Yeah.
I want to, when the full game unlocks.
You also, there's a level cap right now for characters. So,
is there? What is it?
I think 20.
Okay.
But I think they've data mined. They did a lot of data mining. But one of the things they data mined is one of the like when you go to do the level ups on the map. One of them is break level cap. There's a couple of them for each character.
Cool. But yeah, it's definitely different. The whole, so I played in Zelda mode on original Hyrule Warriors.
Which was a mistake because it's a Warriors game.
But now it's switched over back in
Yes.
Age of Calamity, and I have to get. So when I'm playing these two games side by side now.
So here's the thing: I've played so many Warriors games that have used the Warriors gameplay that when I saw Zelda mode in the original, I'm like, no, God, no! Why would I ever do that? That sounds horrible.
But like I'm so used to Zelda mode, so it's like it's kind of a process to switch. But like, just the whole like thing with the time travel, that's new. We didn't know about that before the demo.
No, that was new. That was like brand new.
So it's like, what does that mean?
So there's some people who think that it's going to create an alternate timeline into Zelda and Breath of the Wild 2. I think it's literally just going to be they use it as a way to get stuff from Breath of the Wild 1 that they wouldn't make sense for the timeline.
There's a new thing that happened today. The image came out that showed a shrine, like battle arenas. Those shrines didn't rise until after.
Yep.
So it's like, what's going on?
I think it's as a way for them to get fan service in.
Sure, but this is also like a super canon game.
It is. So I don't think it's going to create a new timeline like people think. I think at the end of it, it's going to have I think it's going to be in like Persona Q, where it's like, what a great adventure we had. Time to have our memories wiped.
No. I think it's...
Well, for the timeline stuff, and then it will go for the proper ending.
What do you mean?
Well, the ending of them dying.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, because that's... It has to get to the ending of them dying.
Yeah.
Which it will get to, but any weird timeline shenanigan-y stuff, I think they'll find a way to get it shooed out so it doesn't cause problems.
Maybe, yeah. But gameplay-wise, it's really fun. It kind of, like, after the first mission... Like, it took me, like, a bit of the first
mission, you're quite... Well, even because you slowly unlock the powers as you keep going. Once you get that full power set, man, you have versatility.
Yeah.
And, like, the way that every character uses the powers differently.
I love Imba's. She just, like, jumps onto the ice block and, like, goes around.
I never got a ride on it. I kept seeing that pop up, but I never clicked on it.
That's so funny.
No, my favorite is her magnesis, where she absorbs all the enemy weapons and makes a gigantic sword out of them and swings it. It's like, that's so cool.
It's awesome. Yeah, just, like, there's so much to that demo, too.
Well, because it's literally just the game.
Yeah.
And then it cuts off if you try to go to Chapter 2 stuff.
Yeah.
Which is...
Chapter 1, no.
You get all of Chapter 1.
Oh, I thought it was just the prologue.
No, well, because prologue and the first two missions are Chapter 1. So, and then you get a couple bonus ones.
The end of the demo with the thing hiding behind the rock as they go over the Bridge of Eldin there. You remember?
Yeah.
I wonder what that's all about.
I don't know. I will say... I have seen the data mined list of characters.
Okay, so I know the amount of characters.
It's a lot, which is good.
I was like, whoa.
It's that was my primary thing.
Can we say it?
Go ahead. I think that's fine.
It's 21.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
With
way more than I was
actually
expecting.
slots for more.
I'm like,
because there's 21 with icon shown, and then there's about 3 or 4 blank slots on the character select.
I'm like, are there even that many individual characters in Breath of the Wild?
So I've seen the list.
So I asked Beat if there's characters that are outside of the Breath of the Wild canon, and he says, or he didn't give me an answer, but him not giving me an answer was pretty much a guarantee.
Okay, but no.
Really?
There's not.
Is there a technicality?
No, there's not. It's all Breath of the Wild content. Probably because he doesn't know. He's not that big of a Zelda fan.
Interesting.
Yeah, no, it's...
So if he knows from another game...
Because there's one icon that could be...
Because I'm thinking there's a Breath of the Wild version of a previous Zelda character.
Let me just explain what the data mine is. It's literally just the little head icons on the map. So there's a lot you have to guess from.
Oh, okay.
There's, like, I'm going to say, almost all of them are, like, you can look and you say, I know who that is. And then there's, like, one where it's like that could be this guy or it could be this guy. Yeah.
So, do you have anything else? Well, we want to talk about the frame rate, the bad stuff of this demo.
It's bad in the first level, but once you're past that, it gets better.
I feel like it's
also
everything. Like I feel like they should patch it though.
No, they won't.
I think
it's a Warriors game. They won't.
No. I mean, not in the big giant things, but like simply running around, it's kind of laggy.
They
right?
won't. It's a Warriors game, dude.
What were you gonna say?
I think Switch Pro will be a thing that will happen and will make it run better.
I think this game is proof of that.
Oh, absolutely. Well, Monster Hunter, because they literally, the footage that they've shown in like trailers and stuff versus what's actually in game, it's like there's a clear difference, and so it's like it still runs good, but it's nowhere near as nice looking as in some of the stuff, which is the exact same thing that happened when they announced Monster Hunter 4. And then later on the Monster Hunter 4 on the new 3DS, right? It's the same thing where it's like the new one runs it best. So, yeah, I think, yeah. I mean, well, we literally have confirmation of the Switch Pro.
Yeah, because of that 4K stuff.
Yeah, well, there's the 4K stuff, and there's the fact that Nintendo has said they're working on, like, a new revision of the Switch.
Yeah.
So it's pretty obvious, right? So it'll run better there. But I feel like there's... I don't know, maybe it's just because I play a lot of Warriors games, and so, like, you don't play them for the performance. In fact,
well, maybe...
Warriors games are the type of game that when you get that frame rate into the single digits, that means you're playing it well.
Well, I think the problem I have with it is the fidelity of the graphics. I don't know if that's the right term.
Because here's the thing, it's not the Breath of the Wild engine.
Okay.
And that's, there's people who are like, wow, it's amazing you know the Breath of the Wild. It's like, no. They have the models and the lighting, but it's not the Breath of the Wild engine.
I knew that.
It's not actually. So it's like, it's running on the new Warriors engine that Pirate Warriors 4, Persona, and this is running on. It's a newer one.
I could definitely feel it after playing the Scramble demo.
Yeah. Like it's the same thing where it's like a wider open Warriors sort of thing.
That's what I'm so happy about. Everything just feels natural. It feels way more like it feels like a world instead of just a map, you know?
Yeah, and yeah, that was one of the things that would like, because Hyrule Warriors 1 was running on the old Warriors sort of engine and stuff, where it's like, yeah, bases are squares. Mm-hmm. Like, some of the Warriors games are literally, like, just connected squares. Like, it's like there's no openness, where this is, like, you get it. It's like, it feels more natural, right? Yeah. It also helps that some locations feel ripped almost 100% from... Where it's like, wow,
you could probably go to this location, Breath of the Wild, and you could see like the...
Well, the one that got me was in the one gameplay thing they showed off where they're in the Gerudo town, and it's like you can go into the houses, and it's like, what? That's crazy.
Or do you see that there's like Mabe Village? And like a
yeah. There's a couple nice confirmations of little references
to Ranch.
Lon Ranch, yeah. So no, it's
last thing I want to ask: who do you think that figure is in the trailer?
Well, they showed off his face in a new thing.
Yeah.
I think he's just a new guy. I honestly think he's just a new guy.
I want to think he's like the body.
He is a bit Vadi. He feels like a combination of Vadi and painting guy. What's
Yuga.
Yuga. Feels like a mixture of them a little bit. Yeah.
So do you think he's like the Zant of Breath of the Wild? You know, if you know what I mean?
Where you think Ganondorf's going to take over from him?
Yeah. He's like the big bad of this. He's the one.
I think he's definitely connected to Ganon.
Because I'm definitely convinced Breath of the Wild 2 is going to have Ganondorf.
Yes. Oh, yeah. I feel like, no. There's people who are like, is that Ganondorf? And it's like, no, I don't think so.
No, definitely not.
I think what they might do is maybe once Breath of the Wild 2 comes out or gets more stuff, they might be like, you can get a Breath of the Wild 2 pack or something where it's like character of the Ganondorf with costumes for...
Can't wait to see Ganondorf in Breath of the Wild.
Yeah, like it's going to be cool. No, so it's yeah, there's still questions to be had. And
it's so cool that this series has like a trilogy to it.
Oh, yeah. But one thing I'll say is just I'm not going to say anything about the characters, but there are some on there that are going to be really cool to play as in this engine, which it cranked up my excitedness so much.
So what I'm concerned about, I don't know. I'm excited but concerned about is that this game is 12 days away.
Yes.
We still only know 7 of these characters.
Yeah.
Are they just not going to announce them?
Why not?
So you need to play this game like day one if you don't want to get spoiled.
Pretty much, yeah. Pretty much.
God, I need to get like 10 p.m. on November 19th. I'm gonna have to get off social media.
Oh yeah,
Like
people playing. Well, I don't think they'll get to it that quickly because I've watched.
because it unlocks digitally.
No. What I mean is, I don't think they'll get to the characters that quickly because from what I've seen, I've watched a couple people playing it on like I watched people playing the demo, and you can tell who are the Zelda fans and who are the Warriors fans because the Zelda ones will be like methodically doing these battles and like I need to jump back and then use my parry, and it's like versus the Warriors ones who just mash the attack button and dash cancel everything. Okay, did you play as Zelda?
Okay, you know who she reminds me of? Ravio. Just in the way she uses all the different kind of
A little
attacks.
bit. She's hilarious. She feels like a kid mashing buttons on a keyboard where just like stuff will happen.
Because her first out attack is just like the swipe with the
Instantly.
thing. Yeah.
So fast. Oh, she's so
I still have to
fun.
get used to her though.
Okay.
Like her Cryonis appears and then
Well,
you have to activate it.
Yeah, but so here's the thing. The best way to play as her is to get a bunch of Cryonis out. Don't activate it at once because you can get multiple out. Because then when you hit activate, it explodes all of them. So like you use that and it's like... So the one thing I like is it feels like a lot of characters, at least from what we have in the demo, they all have deep systems individually. Impa with her mark system, which you use to get the... Like you mark an enemy, you go up, you absorb the mark, and then you get the extra clones. Zelda has her explosion system, right? We've seen that Urbosa has the lightning gauge, with that causes differences in gameplay. So, I mean, and then the most normal one is Link with the weapon, and even still, you have his arrows, which greatly change how you play, because you can shoot those explosive barrels from afar. You can do stuff with them, right? So, I like that a lot of characters have interesting gameplay gimmicks that are deeper. And that really, one of the things that helps with that is the fact that now you have light attack, heavy attack, but also the unique action button. That mixed with your Cryonis powers means you have much deeper characters.
Yeah.
So when I see people say stuff like, all you do in a Warriors game is mash light, heavy. It's like, no. You now have the air combos, which are like you can use a Cryonis to start an air combo. You can use the stasis to then do launching with physics stuff, which is wild. They somehow got physics to work in the Warriors engine. I don't know how, but it's like, wow, okay, you got Breath of the Wild physics in there.
Well,
somehow.
they got the Breath of the Wild magicians on that too. So
Yeah, that's true. They helped out
because
there.
there's still stuff in Breath of the Wild that's like, how is this possible?
And I like how it feels like some of the gameplay is them taking stupid stuff you can do in Breath of the Wild and converting it into a Warriors game. Like the fact that one of Link's like primary things in his combos is the shield surfing.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Just like you can just surf around.
Like you're fighting a big enemy and just like clashes
Just
against
clashes
him the whole
into
time.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm looking forward
I
to
also
it.
do like how it is less 1 versus 1,000 and more 1 versus a stronger 100. Where
Yeah, I can
it's
see that.
there's not crowds of literal worthlessness.
I do like that though. At the same time,
Like there's catharsis there,
when
but
I was playing One Piece Pirate Warriors, I'm like, oh, there's so many enemies here.
no.
love it.
It does feel good to do that, but at the same time, from a like for example, I died in the demo, which is like because I was stuck with the Guardian there, and the Guardian chasing me, and versus with some of the enemies there, I actually died in the demo, and I'm like, yeah, it's because like it's not as like you can't stun lock him easily. Like normally in Warriors games where they're like run away from this super powerful enemy, it's like I'm gonna take care of him. I'll just stun lock him in the corner. It's so easy. But here it's like no, there's so much that actually is going on that it's like it is a tougher game, which makes me happy. I sure hope they get rid of needing to not take too much damage because I hate that. They made it better with every entry.
We still don't know what the modes are in this
So
game. Like,
so now that I've seen it, I don't think it'll be a separate mode. I think it's just going to be like this, where it's integrated. Like you have the side missions,
okay.
right? Where it's like now it's like on the same map, you'll have not only the story missions, but then you have like little side ones. So I think, yeah, it's all going to be integrated together, which is another way of doing it for sure, where they're still separated. Little, I'm sure there's going to be like one where it's like, you have to do like 10 randomized missions in like a shrine or something. They're going to make a way to make it work, I'm sure. I'm excited.
Me too. I can't wait for this game.
I'm considering...
It's a nice surprise for the end of the year.
Yeah, part of me's considering getting it digitally just to get it right away.
No,
but at the same time, it's like, yeah, like the box is cool, and I kind of like that, so I'm like, yeah, and plus I'm like, don't have too much space on my Switch left, so I'm like, I kind of want to conserve that.
I have a lot of space still because of that, like one, or just like 500 gigs, I think.
See, I have 500, but because I get a lot of games from the devs and stuff to review, so it's like, some of those are pretty big. Some of them are pretty big. I think in the future I'm going to request PS5 versions of them. All right, so we talked about that. I think that's about it for your stuff.
Yeah, and I thought we were officially on to you.
We are now.
Yeah.
Yes. So we talked about Hyrule Warriors. We talked about Borat. I completed the Pokemon Crown Tundra. It is the best part of the game.
That's what people say.
Because
it says redeems the game.
There's a lot of stuff that makes it really awesome. The Dynamax Adventures mode, which is basically you and a party of 3 others basically do consecutive boss fights against Pokemon, but you can't bring your own. You're given a rental team. And you have to do stuff like decide which path are we going. When you get to a Pokemon and beat it, only one of you gets to keep it in your party. So it's like, who gets to keep it? And who has the best matchups? And like, it's this really cool like roguelike mode, because as you're going, you can run into people to give you items. And it's only for this small section, but you're working towards getting to the end to do a big boss fight, right? And it's like, it's a really fun mode and really addicting. And especially because in that mode, almost everyone you run into at the end, they're all legendaries, and they all have a 1 in 100 chance to be shiny, which is really good odds compared to what it normally is, right? So you'll want to do it over and over to be like, man, is this the time I'm going to find a shiny Pokemon? Like, I want one, right? So it's a really addicting mode. The rest of it itself, the actual Crown Tundra, I prefer the environment of the Did anyone say anything to my funny thing?
Pete said something really funny.
What did he say? Let me read it. I popped open Discord in Walmart and was greeted with Tosaka anus. Okay, well, sounds good. I prefer the layout of the Isle of Armor, but it's still like you go through that and you're like, oh man, they learned their lessons from what people didn't like about the base game sort of world layout. So it really makes me go, if they stick with this mentality, the next Pokemon game will be awesome in terms of its layout.
So what's this DLC developed after the game came out then?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah. No, it was, yeah. And you go through it and like you can see it's like night and day, because when you go out to fly around to the base game area, you're like, wow, it's totally, well, like for one, no matter where you are in the DLC areas, you have full 3D camera, no matter what.
That's what it should have been at the beginning.
Right? So it's like, yeah, like there's no straight paths. Everything is it's like Breath of the Wild style, where it's like, and unlike the wild area in the game, which is like kind of flat and there's not much, you go up, you go down, you go into, you go into caves, you go surfing around through islands. It's like a really expansive, like it feels like Breath of the Wild, like more so than anything else. Like it's really good. No, it's really, it's great. Also, you know, the big head Pokemon,
Big Brain?
Actually,
Sheldon?
He's amazing because, so he's psychic type, right? So he grabs Peony, who's the guy from the the guy who's there with like the hard hat, who's kind of your guide. Have you seen him? You'll be like, oh yeah, I've seen him. Make sure I spell that right. This guy.
Oh yeah, him. Yeah.
So the big brain Pokemon grabs him and uses him as a puppet,
Really?
and will speak through him.
Well, that's cool.
So he'll speak to you, and Calyrex is like the king of the region, and he'll be like, but then people stop believing in me, and I'm losing my power. So you're trying to get people to believe in him to get him on your side, and it's really cool.
Just capture him and show him to people.
Well, no, but he's so weak that you can't even capture him. He's like disappearing from the world. Like people stop believing, so he's like disappearing, right?
Huh.
No, it's the best part of the game. I greatly enjoyed it.
I want to get back into Sword, but again, time.
Yeah, and it's longer than I thought, which is a good thing for the DLC.
Again, I'm still like so behind on my Switch games too. Still haven't played Link's Awakening. Still haven't played Dragon Quest. Still haven't played Luigi's Mansion.
But Dragon Quest will take a while. That one,
Persona, it's going to take a while, man.
I think it's longer than Persona.
What?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, because the Switch version.
Royal?
Okay.
Royal, I think, is at least going to take me at least 130 hours.
Okay, but listen, the base game of Dragon Quest was 120 hours. This version added another chapter to every character's individual journeys, which goes on for another, I hear people say, 60 hours.
And I feel I can't miss that game because like people love it.
It's really
people
good.
Think it's like one of the best
and it's
RPGs.
huge. It's so big, and you can play the game in 2D or 3D. And there's like 2D modes where you go to other worlds.
And just last night, I'm like considering like doing a new game plus of Royal because I'm like, there's still so much stuff I want to see.
Okay, that's a little crazy. I wouldn't do that. There's a lot there, but
and I told that to Nino, and he's like, "Well, you don't do it. You haven't even decided that yet. Don't you do New Game Plus on everything?"
What?
And I'm like, Nino, I don't have that time.
I do not. No. Okay, moving on. I'm nearly done Yakuza Kiwami.
What if I just punch the TV really hard?
That would be very mad because that is my computer monitor, and I need it for my computer monitor.
But it'd be like, I'm Kiryu.
Does he do that? I guess he does.
Well, he punches things.
He does a lot of stuff, actually. Okay, so I'm near the end of Kiwami 2, and wow, this game is really good, but it's tough to tell what part is Yakuza 2 being good and Yakuza Kiwami 2 being good. Because there's, like, you do some stuff and you're like, oh, that's clearly from the original game. And you do stuff and you're like, that's clearly new. And then you sort of, like, see them combine and you're like, I don't know which is where, right? But it's really good.
You know what I just noticed?
What?
Everything on your Gambit here is a sequel except Fate.
No, it is.
Hyrule Warriors 2.
I'll talk about that.
Again, everything's number 2.
Yeah.
Hyrule Warriors 2.
Because one of my Fate things is Hollow Ataraxia, which is literally Fate 2.
Borat 2, Pokemon DLC 2, Kiwami 2, Halo 2.
Yes.
Spoilers, by the way.
Yeah, we'll be talking about that. And I won't have too much to say about that. But no, Yakuza Kiwami 2 has
Sorry, I thought you were done with Yakuza.
But it is so many small mini games that go so in depth that it's like there's a full golfing game.
Of course there is.
There's a full golfing game with some of the best golfing controls I've ever played. And it's just in there.
How many golfing games have you played, though?
A lot. I love golfing games.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
I'm not.
Mario Golf.
Okay, Mario's not a golfing game.
I mean, Mario has regular golf controls.
But I'm talking about, like, PGA.
I played the PGA games.
Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't know.
I love golf games. And golfing mini games and stuff.
Yeah.
Right? Like, I love that. No, it's really good. There's a Hostess Club game.
We should try golf with your friends.
What is that?
It's like a golf with your friends. It's like mini golf, but like fun.
Oh, it's mini golf. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So there's like a whole extended Hostess Club thing where you're a manager of a... Do you know what a Hostess Club is?
I think so. Is it? Yeah.
No, it's not that.
No? Okay.
It's literally you pay and girls come up to you and they talk to you. And you like have drinks with them and you talk with them.
That's probably a very lucrative business.
It's big in Japan for obvious reasons.
Is there one in the West yet?
What? A Hostess Club? No, God, no.
Like there has to be one.
Probably
somewhere.
not, because like the West doesn't like them for obvious reasons. But there's also host clubs in Japan where it's guys doing that. So it's like
I'm sure it's somewhere. It exists
The
in a
okay.
form. It exists in a form
the
somewhere.
closest example would probably be Hooters.
Yeah, probably.
Probably. But you're like a manager of them. And so like you have like this extended management mini game with it where it's like you girls have morale and you put them in stations and it's like you have a whole tournament arc with them.
That's weird.
It's so good though. And the combat is so stupid and good.
Again, and you get into Yakuza.
It's so good.
I hate it.
I
I hate you for giving me these games and ripping them away from me.
I find it funny though that I'm gonna finish Kiwami 2, which can like just barely run on the PS4 base. Like you can tell, there's times where it's like dying. And I love how I'm gonna beat it before the PS5 comes out. And so what am I gonna play on the PS5? Yakuza 3, which is basically a PS2 game.
There you go.
No, it's really good though. So I'm nearly done that. And the drama is spicy for sure. And Kiryu makes me want to be a dad. Halo 2, I finished.
Makes you want to be a space marine?
No, it makes me want to be an elite.
Okay.
Because here's the thing that I never understood. Because I never played much of Halo 2 as a kid. I only really played the original like campaign levels, like the first couple. But we never got past that. Master Chief is not the main character of Halo 2.
Interesting.
He's not.
Just how he is in the main character of Halo 5? Guardians? What's the one where you play as the dude?
I don't know. Reach, I know, is...
Well, no, but like there's one where it's like you play as a dude,
It might be
and then you fight
for
Chief.
Okay,
I think it's 5.
It might be 5 because I didn't play it. I haven't played it. I have it, but I haven't played it yet. But no,
I'm sorry if that was a spoiler.
It's fine. It's whatever. But yeah, no, it's so obvious that they pulled a Raiden on everyone, and everyone I talked to is like, yeah, like it's. They never advertised it, but it is the Arbiter's game. It is. He gets the final boss battle. There's a final, and this is the only Halo game up to 5 with boss battles, where it's like a proper multi-phase boss battles.
Interesting.
It's so good. Halo 2. The only problem with it, and it's not a problem now, but it would have been a problem at the time, is that it doesn't have an ending. You know the infamous Master Chief, you mind telling me what you're doing on that ship? And then, sir, finishing this fight. That is the final moment.
Really?
That is that, and then it cuts to credits.
Huh.
That is the final moment. It's literally Arbiter does something cool, and then it's like, Chief, what are you doing? Finishing this fight. Da, 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 da,
And that's why the
da, da,
slogan
da, da.
for 3 is finish the fight.
Yeah, because it's like, and it's like, I'm like, oh.
So you're moving on to 3 then, right?
I will be, not right now, because I want to play through some other stuff, but I will be for sure, because it was so good, and the improvements between 1 to 2 are so huge, and it's so fun. It's so fun. Halo is.
It's weird to see you like play a first-person game.
I think there's part of it where
it's just like I see in the Discord green chill zone, fate, Halo, fate, Halo.
Okay, well, we'll talk about why there's so much fate in a sec. But yeah, it's like part of it is the fact that I played it a lot as a kid with friends, and it was like the only, because it's one of the few multiplayer games that you could really play with friends back in that time, because a lot of it was moving to online.
Well, even when it was phasing into online, I remember playing Halo a lot with friends.
I still played, like, even when Halo 3 was like, yeah, it's ready for online, my friends and I would still boot it up and play local, right? Because we loved that. We loved it. It's like such a good local multiplayer game. And of course, since I didn't have it, I never got to play the campaigns. But now that I'm playing the campaigns, it's like, wow, there's so much here. And the cool thing about the Master Chief Collection is they integrated the unlocks in a really cool way. They've made it now so that every week there's new objectives. And if you beat those objectives, you get these unlock tokens, which can be used to unlock stuff in any game.
Oh, that's cool.
So even if you're playing Halo 1, you can unlock stuff for Halo Reach. And the stuff that was like super rare and hard to get in the original, you can work towards. So like there was, I remember back in the day, the most rare piece of Halo 3 armor was called the Recon armor, because the only way to get it was to beat the toughest achievements in the game. Like beat the final level without dying.
Okay.
In multiplayer on the hardest difficulty. My friends and I tried to do that for like hours and hours and hours. We never got it, right? Because it was so tough. But now it's like, how do you get it? You just need to work towards it. You keep playing, you keep getting the stuff, right? It's so good. Halo's good. You know what else is good?
Oh God.
You know what else is good?
So before we get into this, I think we should break after your Fate talk.
Yes.
Go into the news, do another break, and then do the wrap up.
I think so.
Because there's a lot of stuff in the news.
There's a lot of stuff to talk about in the news, for sure.
A lot of stuff in the foreign exchange.
Yes.
This is going to be a gargantuan podcast.
Yeah, it's going to be big. Okay, so...
If you're okay with that.
No,
I'm in a good mood.
That's more than good enough for me.
Okay.
So I've been going in hard on some Fate stuff. More so than usual.
On the docket here, it says Fate, 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 Fate.
Yeah.
All in all caps.
So there's a reason why. So for one, I finished Hollow Out Araxia. I'm just uploading the bonus minigame stuff right now. So like put up one yesterday, one today of just like, a couple of minigames. Mm-hmm. There's like one that's based off of Takeshi's Castle, which you probably don't know, but Fall Guys in real life. So like Wipeout.
Okay.
Like so
Sure.
There's a mode based on that where it's like you're running through obstacle courses and trying not to fall in the water, right? Fun stuff. Then there's a Hanafuda game, Koi Koi, right? So you're playing that, and it's Koi Koi with superpowers. So you could use a move where it's like guarantees the next card will be one to complete your hand. Or there's one where it's, I got so mad because it's so unfair. One of the opponents has this ability where it's like, because how it works is you're given like 15 points, and every time you get a hand, you take points away from your opponent, and you want to try and get the opponent to 0 HP, right? So it's like they start with 15 HP, and they get the ability where they can nullify up to 12 points of damage. Meaning that like, oh no, they actually have about 30 HP. Meaning they have double the amount that you have. And it's a card game, so it still comes down to luck.
Oh.
So it's like, so that's fun. And then the last one is called Capsule Servants, which is basically a tower defense with Pokemon style graphics. Like, I'm going to show you what it looks like, and you're going to be like, oh, holy crap, that's Pokemon. It's so hilarious. They got the art style down. Like, look at this.
Oh yeah.
Like, it's Pokemon, right? So yeah, like they they somehow replicated the Ken Sugimori Pokemon style so hilariously, and I kind of love it. And it's like tower defense, so it's like you have bases, you send them out, they do attacks. So yeah, that's the last one there. But that's over. What I've been focusing on is the mobile game, Grand Order.
Yeah.
So there is an event coming up. It's the Christmas event. Because of how the event is, normally when they do events, it happens twice. You have it when it first comes up, and then you get a rerun probably about a year later where it's like, you can do it again if you missed it, and if you've already done it, then you can breeze through and get a whole bunch of rewards. This one never gets a rerun. People don't know why, but this one never gets one. So it's literally, you need to get there or it's gone. To get there, you need to beat the first chapter of part 2. I'm going to show you my playlist here for a sec. So, well, I don't even need to show the playlist. Do you see this part 115? 115? That's the end of chapter 1. Part 115. I needed to get to chapter 2. And there's also a chapter 1.5.
Of course there is.
So,
Is there like substance to this?
So I'll get to that.
Like...
Oh, no, I'll get to that. So here's the thing. A bit of me was like, man, I don't know if I'll get to it in time. But then I started to hit the conclusion of part 1. And I went, oh my god, how does this mobile game have a better story than some AAA games? Like, for real? This game's story is so good. And it is a mobile game. I mean, there's a reason they adapted some parts of it into TV shows. Because, like, some parts are, like, really, really, really well written. And, like, when I finished part 1, it had one of the coolest Avengers Endgame moments. Where it's like, when all those portals open up in Avengers Endgame? They had a moment like that in this. And it was the hypest
I couldn't
thing.
imagine.
Because
Do you have it, like, on... Do you record it?
Yes.
The reaction?
Oh, yes. But because now here's the thing. I only got part of it. Because when it originally happened, it also brought in all the other players at the time. So not only was it you, but everyone from every alternate universe where they're the main character were fighting together. And it's freaking insane. So because it's like I'm 2 years late and the event's over, when I get there, it basically just shows like all these like nodes you have to destroy, and they're already at their like final battle phase. So it's like there was no lead up of whittling down the HP, where literally it's like each of these bosses need to be killed 2 million times.
Jesus.
And some of them got killed in a day.
Really?
Yep.
Wow.
And this is only, and here's the thing, North America's servers are not Japan's. This is only North American players.
Huh.
Or well, English language, let's say. So that's really good. So once I beat that, I was like, oh my God, this is amazing. Mm-hmm. And then people said, so here's the thing. You can skip part 1.5. And I'm like, oh. So can I get to the first part of chapter 1? And they said, you have a month. So in my every waking minute
Jesus.
that I've been here and able to do so, I've been playing.
That's why there's so much
game.
Fate stuff.
So
I even put like I was at work yesterday.
Yep.
And like between customers, I was making that meme.
So
You're.
here's part 127. Part 100 and like today's part was part 113. So
You have a lot backed up.
And these are all at least an hour each. Because it's big. It's a big game with a lot of story. Like a lot of it. And like really good story. Which is like really weird for a mobile game. And the gameplay has gone from... It went from I sure hope you pay enough money to I sure hope you're smart enough to figure this out, because I'm at the point where it's literally like you don't even get to use your own ones. You're given a preset party and you're told, all right, use your RPG knowledge to beat this preset boss battle. And it's like, wow, these are tough. These are tough puzzles, right? It's so good. It's such a good game. How is this a mobile game?
I don't know.
I can't believe it. And so it's like, man, I'm excited for getting further on because people say it gets better.
Of course it does.
And I'm like, I'm at part 127. And like I have some parts that are 2 and 3 and 4 hours long. They're so big, but it's so good. So yeah, I've been going hard in on that to try and get to that Christmas event because it's a one and done. And I will, but it's a case of just getting there. Because right now people told me, okay, you can skip the part 1.5, but you'll be a bit confused when you go to part 2. It's sort of like each part is like an Avengers thing where it's like you could skip Ant-Man and you'd be pretty okay. You'd get the gist of it. But, you can't skip a...
You wouldn't know how Wasp is there.
Yeah, or more like there's some that are more important than others. Like if you have to skip one, skip these ones, right? But otherwise you need it for the end, right? So it's like, okay, so I'm skipping 2 and I'm doing 2 and I'm almost done the one of them. So I'm like, I'm getting there. But people said that's the hardest chapter of the whole game. And boy, geez is it, because it's like you're given preset parties with underleveled characters with bad type matchups and you're told, okay, do it. And it's like, I can't. Thankfully you can cheat by paying 99 cents.
Of course.
Well, because you get the premium. So here's the thing. You can use one of the premium currency to get a full party revive. It's actually not too bad because every time you beat a level, you get one of those if it's your first time beating it. So it's like one of those is fine. So it's like, it's pretty good for money too. I say as I put $100 into it for the 100th part, but that was just for memes and stuff. But
you paid for that meme. $100.
I
That was
did.
a $100 meme.
So here's the thing though. In terms of hours and enjoyment, it deserves it.
Sure.
Like honestly, I wouldn't feel bad paying $80 for this as a full game.
Really?
Absolutely.
Wow.
It's that good. maybe I would say improve the presentation because it's not very like it's even subpar in terms of the actual visual novel parts because it's very simple
So
stuff.
is it like PlayStation All Stars or Persona?
No. I'm talking. I'm more talking about just the fact that I'll just like most of the dialogue. Just gonna
Oh no.
mute that. But most of the dialogue looks like, oh, that's battle. You got surprising. It's like this, where it's just like the characters, they talk, they emote, they move around, take a bath and throw pillows at each other, you know. So most of it's just like that. Occasionally you'll get a cutscene, but not much. So it's like, yeah, in terms of the presentation, I'd probably like to see it improved a bit. But every now and then you get a cutscene, you're like, oh, it's really good.
So then when they remaster it, you're going to play through it all again?
So here's the thing. They kind of already have. And it's the arcade version of it. There's an arcade version of it, which is what those cards are for, where you get physical gacha instead of that. But it's literally the mobile game done with really good 3D models. So the only problem is it's arcade only at the moment. But I really hope they bring that to consoles. Because, like, it looks... Like, I'll just... like, because I have it all downloaded because I use them for, like, the openings of parts. But, like, videos, fake commercials, arcade. Like, let's grab... Let's see, let me look for someone you'll know because you watched Fate Zero. Let's see here. Let's look at Gilles de Rais. So it's like... So, like, it looks like it is a nice-looking 3D action game, right?
Yeah.
Versus the regular sort of just... paper doll looking things. No, like, and it's cool because each character is drawn by a different artist, and in the arcade version they took their 2D art and perfectly represented them in 3D models, meaning that characters have different like art styles for their models too. It's so good.
So you know the way you feel?
Yeah.
That's what Kai feels when she talks about Minecraft.
Yeah, except my thing is like good. Like, I don't see how you get emotionally attached to a character that looks like Steve. I'm gonna be honest. Like,
that's why they're drawn in their, like those like that trailer. She showed you, right?
But I feel like that's more the players than the characters, you know.
But changing anything?
Yeah, because one of them's probably racist. They're gamers.
With that, we're done.
All right, guys, we're going to take a quick break because, yeah, these are going on quite longer. We're going to come back with the news, where we have a lot of stuff to talk about, and then we'll see about another break. We'll see how it goes. Who knows? It might go quicker. Who knows?
I don't think so.
We'll see. Okay. And then we will be going into our...
Another break, and then...
Yeah.
And then questions and spoiler talk.
Whoa.
Jojolion 101. Haven't talked about it yet.
You're right. You're right, actually. Okay, so we will do that, guys. We see you in a second. And we're back.
I just saw a Furby made out of beans.
All right.
Here, I'll just show it to you.
All right, show me this. I need to see this bean Furby. Wow, that's horrible. Oh my god. So it's literally... Okay, unlock your phone because I need... Okay, it's literally entirely made of beans except for the eyes and... Wow, that's horrible.
That's going to give you nightmares.
Yo, send that to Kai. She hates beans and loves Furbies. I wonder what she'll say about that.
Just through Discord.
Yeah, even though she's literally upstairs, we're going to send it to her through Discord and see what she says.
Should be quiet for a second. Wait for a reaction.
Well, we are back. We had some delicious Japanese food because it's my house. I decide what we get.
It was all right. I like the tempura the most.
Oh, dude, tempura is so good. I will order just extra sides of tempura because it's just like, it's so good.
It is.
All it is lightly breaded, like, vegetables. And it's like, dang, what a good concept. Just a light breading. What did she say?
She sent a picture back.
Well, let's see. What is the picture? Wait, she said something?
Why the ruck would you send me that horrid X creature to me? And it sends me a picture
and
of
it's a picture of a fish in a fishing hole. All right. Well... I think we need to get into the news because we have a lot.
Yes.
We got to cover it. So, let's just hop right in.
Hope you're not getting tired already.
Nope. Oh, no, I'm not. Let's hop in with the West. The first thing.
Cyberpunk.
Yes.
2077 got delayed.
To December 10th.
December?
I thought it was October for some reason. Rip to those people who booked that day off.
Me and my roommate were laughing about that.
But also...
I think one of his roommates actually booked the previous time off.
Well, that's what you get for deciding to book off for a game that's going to be terrible.
It's not going to be terrible.
Oh, it's going to be awful.
Do you think so?
I think this is going to be a case of, like, with The Witcher 3, they balanced the jank with the good. This is going to be like Icarus flying too close to the sun. They're going way too hard to make this be the greatest thing ever, and it's going to flop. I'm sorry. Not financially.
I feel that's
but critically.
I don't. I think looks good enough.
It's not going to be what people think. I think people think that this is like the future of games. This is the wholesome 420 Chungus Keanu Reeves. Like this is it. This is the Your Beautiful game that will change the gaming landscape. It's going to be an RPG.
What does it turn into Beautiful World?
What?
Oh, you don't know that?
No, I have no idea what you're talking about.
So there's like an interview of Vin Diesel being interviewed by this lady.
Yeah.
But he's like just like objectifying her, and it's terrible.
I've seen that. Yeah, I've seen that.
Like,
I don't remember the quote.
He's like, when did this turn into Beautiful World?
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
like, that's a Vin Diesel thing to say.
It's from the H3 podcast. I watch them a lot.
Okay. So yeah, that's delayed. What's not is the PS Plus collection, which is
we're getting PS5 stuff here. Lots to talk about here.
Yes, well, this is technically PS4, but it's for the PS5 mostly.
And these stores right now are kind of a few weeks old, but as we move on, it'll be newer.
So basically, if you have PS Plus, you get free access to download all the games we will say here. Bloodborne, Days Gone, hashtag Freaker Gang. I cannot.
Thing about Bloodborne is that it's not getting the 60 FPS patch once, but people think that it'll just remaster it.
That's kind of
because I think that's what they have to do. Because I think
But people have modded the PS4 version to run at 60.
People have also modded Super Mario 64 to be widescreen.
It's true.
So.
It's true. It's true.
Detroit Become Human.
Hashtag
David Cage Gang.
Hashtag, but what if the robots were the black people? God of War, good because there's a
That's
sequel.
getting a lot of improvements.
Infamous Second Son.
Solid game.
Okay. Ratchet and Clank, the movie remake.
Yep, which is also really good.
The Last Guardian.
Yep.
The Last of Us Remastered.
Yep.
The best and only game in the Last of Us franchise.
Yep, that's correct.
Until Dawn. Shoutouts to a game that takes place where we live.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Creepy.
When they bring out the Edmonton Journal, I went, whoa, okay, that's weird. That's my newspaper. I can go get that.
And Uncharted 4.
Uncharted 4. And that's it for the first party.
All these games are going to run better since they're on if you decide to put them on the SSD.
Well, it would still naturally run. It would run better still, but it loads faster on the SSD.
Yeah.
Then there's third-party ones.
Batman, Arkham Knight.
Batman Arkham, okay.
Battlefield 1.
Is this the one people dislike, or is this the one people like?
So 5 is the one that's World War II, but like not accurate. Battlefield 1 is the World War one.
Okay, I don't care.
COD Black Ops 3?
No, COD Blops 3 ZCE.
Yeah, the Zombies Chronicles. It just adds like all the Zombies DLC that was added.
Okay.
That's a good game too.
Okay. Crash Insane Trilogy, that's a big one. That's 3 really good games that you get for free.
Yeah? Well, technically.
Now, if only they could port the Crash 4 models in, because God, now I can't look at Crash Insane Trilogy without wanting to vomit.
It's weird that you know, like, all of Crash 4 and I haven't even played it yet.
It's good. Good game. Hard.
That's what I like.
Okay. Fallout 4, not Fallout 76. They gave you Fallout 4 for free. So
Good.
at least they have a bit of sense.
Final Fantasy 15.
Royal Edition, which means that's everything. It's
a chunky boy.
Wild. And that loading fast,
Oh, yeah, eh?
that's that one. Final Fantasy 15 was the first game that made me go, hey, maybe games are getting too big when it takes like 5 minutes to load something.
Monster Hunter World.
Giving that out is huge. Like that's
eh?
awesome.
That's like,
And even the base game is already hundreds of hours.
I don't know if you put it in the news here, but they put in the all the events now.
Oh, really?
Yeah, all the events are openly available now.
Really?
Yeah, just go to their Twitter.
What? Yeah. If that's for real, that's incredible because...
Yeah, because they're moving on now.
Yeah, they are. And I was thinking that they might. I love the art that they're doing for Monster Hunter Rise, where it's shitty doodles. Look at this dog. I love it. Let's see.
It scrolls down more. Just
Whoa, what are these? Oh, cool. They're like mini statues. They're
I like that Rathalos one.
Yeah, the Rathalos is pretty good. Okay. Because I saw there's an item pack where if you log in, you get a bunch of items.
Right there.
Heads up, Iceborne 1.5, the Siege can now scale from 1 to 2. Astera Celiana events will rotate, or fests. Oh, so now, like, because they even had, like, the fest, so, like, you'll go there and it'll, like, virtually all event quests will be live. Oh, and then the ones that aren't are, like, the Horizon Dawn ones. So, like, all the Sony exclusive ones are there. Nice. Nice. That's awesome. That's really good. That game is big. That game's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
You know what isn't? Freaking Mortal Kombat. Gross. Get out of here. Blech.
What did you see the Rambo stuff? The Rambo stuff looks kind of cool.
Part of it I like, but also part of me thinks about how Rambo is the perfect thing. You know that picture of wow, cool robots allegory for war is bad?
I have one for
Rambo.
We'll do it later.
Okay, but Rambo is literally an allegory about how the cycle of violence cannot continue and how it ruins a person. Mm-hmm. And so when you have him literally decapitating people and it's being celebrated and stuff, it's like, wow, no one there read the book, did they? Yikers.
What is a good game?
What is a good game? Persona 5.
You get that for free.
Yeah, for free if you have PS Plus.
Yeah.
But yeah, just give that out to everyone. That's awesome.
But if you have the means, buy Royal.
Yeah, yeah, definitely.
And then Resident Evil 7.
And yeah, RE7.
It's a solid lineup.
That's really good. That's a bunch of really, really good first party and third party games. I will say, like, when I heard this, I'm like, it's probably just going to be the popular stuff and nothing I'd like. And it's like, no, there's like Final Fantasy, Monster Hunter, Persona, Resident Evil. It's like, no, that is stuff that is really good for all types of gamers. Mm-hmm. And if this means like some dude bro is going to pick up Persona 5 and learn what good games are, then you know what? Hey, power to him.
Yeah,
you know?
there you go.
For sure.
And we've got a lot of PS5 details.
Not P5 details. That's different. We already talked about P5 quite in detail. Let's talk about the PS5.
So integrated playtime counter. That's
Oh,
precise.
that's for you.
That's for me.
That's for you. I don't care.
Supports PS4 games and shows the time you've already put into it.
Wow.
I love that.
I literally
That's like a
don't
selling
understand.
point for me.
See, okay, but here's the thing. There's going to be another point later on in this list that you're like, I don't care. And I'm like, this is a huge thing for me. But let's keep going.
So
The SSD won't be able to be expandable at launch.
No.
Which makes sense because literally they said, hey, we're using like the cutting edge SSDs that aren't really on the market yet. So when they are, we'll start saying this is a better SSD you can put in, but for now, don't touch them. Mm-hmm. And it's like, hey, that's fair. I think that's fine.
it's going to have just over 650 gigs of storage.
And that's just the SSD. Yeah. You can still plug in an external regular hard drive.
Yeah.
It won't load fast, but you can use that for storage or for stuff you don't want to load immediately.
So do you know if we'll be able to archive games? Like store them away, but then download them and install them later? Instead of having to put the disc in or something?
I mean, can't you
You can do that on Switch.
But you do it on the PS4.
I've never done it before, but I think I'm going to have to do it here because there's PS4 games I want to play eventually.
Yeah.
On the PS5, but I don't want to have them installed.
Yeah, I mean,
just for space reasons.
Yeah, because I mean, like I've every single time there's a PS Plus game, I buy them all, but I don't install them. I can go and download them at any time.
I mean, like then what's archiving? What's the difference?
So the Switch is weird because if you delete a game on the Switch, it deletes the save data too. The save data and the game are together. Archiving is put the game away, keep the save data. On the PS4 and PS5, they're separate. So if you delete the game, you still have the save data.
Okay, that's why you were confused.
Yeah, I was just like, it's not that big of a thing. That's just Nintendo's weirdness.
Yeah.
That's Nintendo being weird, yeah.
This is a big one.
Yes.
This is the one
This is the one I'm excited about.
No, I'm excited for this too. Game presets for every game such as set resolution or performance mode.
Always pick performance mode. Why would you never want 60 frames per second? Always pick 60 over 4K 30.
I kind of want to try 4K.
What? I don't get it.
I have a 4K TV.
Yeah,
I want to
but
try.
I want to see it smooth.
Well, you can. It's not like you're going to have to be married to one of them.
That's true.
And
But
subtitles.
This is the one.
When I saw that,
forcing every game on subtitles.
I thought of you right away.
Because when I went to Bioware, I'm like, put subtitles on by default. If the game starts up as soon as you press like the play button and you can't select subtitles otherwise, people who are deaf or just like subtitles, they can't put them on before the game starts. So you're putting them in cutscenes without subtitles. Mm-hmm. Put on subtitles by default. Now I'm happy there is this. They also confirmed first and third person camera controls. So if you like inverted for one of them, you can set the camera to be inverted for all third-person games. You can set first-person up and down to always be inverted. You can set the default run button. You know, it's like, do you like clicking the stick or prefer button press?
That's really cool.
All, like, it's in detail. Oh, and button remapping is back from the PS4. So if you want a button remapped just on an OS level, you can do that as well.
Awesome. PT will not be playable on the PS5.
Well, you missed one.
Oh, you just basic transfer of data from the PS4 to the 5.
So you can do it through a cable, you can do it through Wi-Fi, or you could just put your stuff up on the cloud on the PS4 and then download it again. That's probably the way I'm going to do it, just the easiest way. Yeah, PT was playable because you could transfer it with a cable.
And then Konami said, no.
And then Konami said no. Now, here's the thing. I honestly feel that if Konami is doing something about PT, I feel like they're going to do something with it. Because if it was a truly dead project, why would they care about it? Why would they care? You say that, but at the same time, I think they're more ignorant. They don't care about stuff. So why would they care? Because why would they even control PT unless they're doing something with it? They should, like, it's not them anymore. It's just the people who worked on it aren't even there. So it's like, why? So I'm curious. That I'm curious about. No in-store PS5s will be available this year, all online.
So I'm able to get a PS5?
Yep.
But I'm going to have to wake up early on the 12th to get an order in.
You sure about that? I hear it's all, if you didn't get one, you're not getting one.
No, like EB Games and Toys R Us said, like, we'll have some online.
Oh, really? Oh, online, okay.
Yeah, not
Okay.
in store.
Okay, I was confused there. Yeah, I got mine on Walmart, and I'm just waiting every day for that email. Actually, I do have. I'm gonna bring it over because I got it early. I have the
Oh, I see it from
the PS5 controller charging dock because it came way early.
You don't have any controllers for it, though?
No.
My roommate was able to hold one.
Well, I'll talk about why. So yeah, it's not much,
That's
but
the
it's
first
the
piece of PS5
first
tech you
piece
have.
of PS5. It's literally functionless right now. So yeah, it's like
It's like shaped like a PS5 too.
it is, and actually, it's like you can sort of see like there's a lot of stuff that goes in there, and it's the official one, so you know it's gonna be nice. Yeah, it is
Yeah, I should
shaped
get
like
one
a
of those too.
PS5.
Because I have basically the same thing for the PS4.
Yeah, I have third-party ones for them,
Yeah.
but this being first-party means I don't have to worry about it.
How much
And
is it?
It was like $30. But the reason I don't have a controller is because when I went to buy it, I literally just went on Walmart's website just to be like, hey, wasn't today when they were supposed to go up? Let me check. Let me see if they're up. And literally when I did that, they just put them up. But the base and digital were already sold out. The only one that was
Oh, right.
left was the PS5 plus an extra controller bundle. And I'm like, I'm gonna get one anyways, so you know, so it's like I got the bundle there.
Close enough to the mic?
I should be, yeah. Let me move over.
Your voice travels more than mine.
I know. I work on that. So yeah, so I don't have the extra controller yet because it'll just be coming with the bundle there.
Well, have you... Go ahead.
I was gonna say along with Miles Morales. That was my my package.
Have you seen the reviews of the PS5 yet?
A few of them.
They say like that controller is like the one to beat now.
Yeah, they say it's
That's
the
crazy.
best one.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the one guy who said it only had a battery life of 2 hours, every other reviewer's like, no. Are you sure you charged it, dude?
Yeah, I can't wait to hold that thing.
The one thing that they say is if you're using stuff that uses a lot of the haptics, then yes, it does have less battery life, but you can turn them off. So it's like if you want it to last, and they say with all the haptics off, it lasts longer than the DualShock 4. So that's not a great one to compare with because that's the one that dies the fastest, but it's still pretty.
I'm a bit
good.
nervous about like the haptics becoming like a IR sensor of the Switch. You know what I mean?
No.
Where it's like, oh, this is a really cool feature that has a lot of potential, but it doesn't get used at all.
No, because here's the thing.
But like stuff with
The
like
haptics are useful for all the genres dude bros like. Shooters, driving games, and sports. Imagine when you're like shooting the puck in NHL and it feels like the slap of a stick, right?
Dude, that's making me so excited.
So
I think that's like the next step in like controller like immersion. I think.
Yeah.
Like past Rumble.
Yeah.
So
I know some people are like, I don't know about that. It's like, but you can turn it off.
Yeah.
So that's pretty cool.
And people, I saw Game Explain's review of Astrobot.
Yeah.
They said like you like a capsule thing, you have to like push it down hard for it to pop.
Yeah.
So it's like that's cool.
Yeah.
And speaking of Astrobot, apparently it's like a better celebration of PlayStation than PlayStation All Stars.
Yeah. Well, I saw they had a GIF on Twitter where it's like, who will you run into? And it's all these PlayStation mascots as Astrobots. I'm like, oh, that's kind of cool. This I just heard today, so I added it. The DualSense, you can actually pop off a lot of the faceplates on it.
Well, there was like a PlayStation 5 company.
Yes, but that was for the console itself, not for the controller.
Oh, DualSense. Oh, I thought you were...
DualSense, yeah. The controller, like you can
what
pop
part of
off
it?
all the white of the
Pull up
controller.
a picture?
So like, I'm sure it just comes up like that. So yeah, all the white parts can be popped off.
Interesting.
So the plate and the two sides, and
so it'll be like those like controller stickers you get, but like actual.
but like the actual plastic. So they confirm that like that is in the works. The reason that the Plate Station place got shut down is for two reasons.
It was
one, you're using the name Plate Station, which is like, come on. But then the second one is Sony hasn't released the official specs for the faceplates yet. So because of that, they're like, if you guys are buying stuff on this site, it probably won't fit because they don't know what it's like. So there's people like, Sony being bad again. It's like, no, it's actually not. So yeah, see, this is it.
oh, that looks cool with the black.
Yeah, so it's like you'd be able to pop it off and do that there. Yeah.
Yeah, I can't wait to hold one of those.
My friend has it and says it is real nice. You can so right now it's not natively compatible with the Switch, much like the PS4 is. If you just like you can literally plug it in. But see my little orange bricky brick, the one there.
Yep.
You can use that to use it on the Switch.
I have one of those. So why is it compatible on the PS3 and the Switch, but not the PS4?
Because it is just picks it up as a generic.
Oh.
Like both the PS3 and the Switch, they don't see it as a PlayStation controller. It also just works as a generic controller.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it just has a mode where it sets it as generic controller. So you can actually use it on the PS4 as a generic controller, but it has a bit of issue when you try to do some stuff because it tries to put it into Sony mode, which causes issues. So.
And apparently the PS5 is like whisper quiet, which is like
which is
crazy
nice.
to think about. Have you seen those? Go ahead.
I was gonna say because the PS4 sounds like a jet engine taking off at times.
Have you seen those load time compare?
Yes.
Those are insane.
That's really crazy.
It's gonna be like hard to go back to for like.
I know some people are like, I'll never be able to play older stuff, and it's like, I mean, it's nice that it's gone, but I know some people, they were showing, well, this isn't the PlayStation, but this is now the Xbox One X, but, or Series X, God, frick off with that name, but...
That, I want to talk about that too later, but...
Okay. The games, the older ones, load so fast on it that it can't load the loading screen tips.
Yeah, I saw that too.
It's like it was the banjo nuts and bolts, and they're like, there's a ton of dialogue on the loading screens. You see none of it because it loads instantly.
That's awesome. That's like a big selling point, I think, for me, for like next gen in general.
It's a good thing.
Yeah. Anything else I'm trying to think of? Because this is the last. This is going to be the last one before.
Oh yeah, next time we're gonna have it. Well, here's the thing. Mine is currently labeled at coming in on the 19th. Oh yeah, I would be still. Yep.
And if I get mine, on the 12th, it should take the same amount of time.
That's my scheduled time, but of course it might go back because I think that thing was the 19th as well, and it got pushed back.
It'd be funny if I got mine before yours.
Fine, it's whatever. Yeah. I mean, there's nothing on launch day that I'm like frothing at the mouth to be like, I need to play this right now.
Do you see the state of play for Demon Souls?
No.
Oh my god, it looks insane.
Okay. Related. I had a Dark Souls stream last night. I've never really played Dark Souls.
You don't need to directly interact with something to have a dream about it.
Well, I know, but it was like the movement. It was literally me as a character.
First person or
third person. But like the movement where you're like walking around and but you're like strafing around an opponent. It was like a dude on a demon horse. But and then the horse's mouth open up and launch up these things attack you, and then the dude on the horse had a spear. It's kind of like Sekiro too, but it was Western style. And I was strafing around this demon horse boss, and I remember running up to a bonfire to try and light it, and it would say you can't light it when there's enemies nearby. And I'm like, what? Where? And so literally, I would hit him off the edge, and then light, mash the button. And I'm and it was this really in-depth Dark Souls stream for a game that I don't really play with. It was strange, but no, go ahead.
Well, I don't think I've played Demon Souls. Maybe I did when I was
I don't think so.
This was far pre-Tanner.
Most people didn't play Demon Souls. The only reason I heard of it was because I heard of Demon Souls when my friend said, hey, have you heard of Dark Souls? It's like that Demon Souls game. And I'm I've heard of neither of those.
But yeah, this could be the first time I'm playing it and everything, and it looks just incredible. Mm-hmm. So animations,
the only thing that's really funny is they're showing off how amazing and in-depth this character creator is, and it's you will never see the character. Yeah. Their faces get covered up right away, and you're not going to see that again. It's and unlike Monster...
Oh no, you can take off your helmet.
You can, but that's bad for your stats.
Yeah. Also,
they're look how beautiful you can make him. It's no, I want to make the ugliest looking dude. That's the Dark Souls experience.
November PS Plus games.
This is interesting.
So, Bugsnax.
Only the PS5 version.
Yeah.
But... that is a very sweet deal for you to hop in on and get.
That's next month, right? I thought that... No, I'm thinking of Destruction All-Stars.
Bugsnax is launch day.
Yeah. I was thinking of Destruction All-Stars.
No, that's next time, yeah.
Which
they got bumped back and turned into a PS Plus game.
Yeah. Good move.
Canceled the pre-orders, which is, yeah.
No one's going to buy that
No
for
one's
$80.
buying that, no.
$90.
Yeah, no.
Middle-earth Shadow of War.
I think... Is this... No.
This is the transaction one, but they got rid of all that.
Okay.
So it's good now. And Hollow Knight.
That's good for everyone.
Basically, free game of the generation.
Really? Are you saying that?
Contenders. I'd say contender.
Wow, okay. But yeah, no, that's like Bugsnax on there. That's a really solid one.
Yeah.
That means like launch day between Astrobot and Bugsnax.
I have a story.
Go ahead.
So, me and my roommate and my previous roommate, we were in a group chat together.
Yeah.
And like, one of them sent a picture of the PS5, and the screen said like your PS5 got too hot, but that's because it was in the glass case and everything. And I'm saying, and that's what I said, and then one of them said, "Oh, what game was it playing?" And I said, "Bugsnax." And he's like, "What the hell did you just say to me? Is that a shitpost?"
Wait, what?
He had no idea what Bugsnax.
He had no idea about PlayStation 5 Game of the Year.
No.
Bugsnax.
No, he didn't.
Hey! Listen, it's Bugsnax.
Oh, fuck. What's that game even about?
Bugsnax?
You don't even tell me. I'll ask Beat later.
What, Bugsnax?
Yeah. Like, what is the gameplay? What is it? It's Pokemon Snap, isn't it?
What are you talking about? It's first-person ape escape.
Oh, then why don't I know more about it?
Have you not been...
I haven't been following it much.
It's literally just...
I think it's like
you're capturing the Bugsnax and giving them to villagers.
I think we can blame Sheen and Beat for this. The more they brought it up, the more I wanted away from it.
Dude, I'm excited. Like,
I want to play it too.
So here's the thing. Honestly, if it like launch day, I don't know if I'd pick up Bugsnax if it was paid, but the fact that they're giving it to me, well, hot dang, it's Bugsnax.
Yep. So you're gonna have 3 PS5 games. Well, I'm planning to get Spider-Man 2 and the remastered.
Yeah, so that's I have 4.
So there's
Astrobot,
Bugsnax,
Miles Morales, Spider-Man Remastered.
Oh, I guess yeah, you do.
They're separate because I've never played it.
Yeah.
I guess, and then I was gonna get Yakuza, but honestly, I'm just gonna wait because there's no way I'll get to I'll just wait. I don't need that day one.
Man, I'm like.
And I still have a bunch of PS4 games I still need to play, so then I'll
too.
just play them on the PS5.
That's another big selling point of the PS5 for me. It's like can just keep playing them.
Just keep playing them, make them look all nice.
Speaking of Miles Morales,
yeah,
the coolest suit in the history of like costumes, I think.
Oh yes, yeah, because we haven't talked about that yet.
Into the Spider-Verse suit.
So this was day one. I was like, I need a Spider-Verse suit, and I expected just a suit with the cartoon effects.
Yeah,
I did not expect it to animate on 1s and 2s in the exact style. Now here's the thing: all the videos we've seen of it also are running at 30. They haven't released a 60. Ooh. So imagining that at 60 will make it even more jarring, which will be so much. Oh my god! And it does
like the whack and the thump sound effects.
Well, even the spider sense is the same colors. Like
really?
Does the color effect too. Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
It's so good.
And they revealed a few more suits, but they were kind of like more low radar.
They're cool, yeah. I think I'll just go to the PlayStation Twitter there, or Marvel Twitter. Is this Spider-Man?
Spider-Man, I think.
Spider-Man? Is it Spider-Man? Is this the one that does it?
It's just like the umbrella Spider-Man Twitter.
Okay.
Maybe right there.
Let's see here. This is like a Daily Bugle sort of thing. You're
scrolling past everything. You're not even looking at
videos.
them.
I don't want videos.
Just click through.
Show me. Who was that white guy? Okay, so this is the Spider-Verse suit one.
Yeah.
God, it's so good looking.
So it was revealed after the Spider-Verse suit. So
yeah. So I'm just gonna go Miles Morales PS5 suits because there's some nerd has probably already started to.
There it is.
to get them all.
Polygon.
Okay. We got the iconic suit.
That's
tracksuit is the one of the starting ones for the pre-order bonus. It's like with the white one, looks good. I really like the idea of
his sweater.
The sweater style suits, yeah.
Yeah.
Like that's similar to a Spider-Verse style one, right?
Yeah.
Although people are mad about the lack of Jordans, but it's like they can't get the
No.
rights to it. So it's like, yeah. The cat suit with Spider-Cat.
I've never heard of Spider-Cat and Spider-Man canon before. This is like completely new to me.
There's so much weird stuff in comic canon. There's like the spider car. Like Spider-Man had a car.
Spider bike.
There's a spider bike, but there's a spider buggy. Training suit. That's another good one from there. Okay,
I
then
didn't see that one.
there's
Daft Punk
the
one?
Daft Punk one, which looks real cool.
Looks
Crimson Cowl. It looks it's similar to in Spider-Verse we've seen. They don't have them all.
cool. Yikes.
Okay, then there's the new PS5 suits. Or rather the new remastered ones.
Well, there's new ones?
Yes.
Oh, these are the ones I was talking about.
Yes, no, these are for the remastered edition. These
Oh.
aren't Miles.
Okay.
These are Peter. So there's the armored advanced suit, but the best one.
The Power Rangers one?
No, it's a Common Rider because it's called the Arachnid Rider.
Ah.
Like it is a Common Rider suit with Common Rider coloring, and
that's
it is
cool.
so cool. Apparently they will be coming to the PS4 version, but later. They said like originally they were going to be PS5 exclusive, and then they said then the developers themselves said we're pushing for it, and they said they'll come later, but not right now. So they will be there, but it's like oh, so good. Oh, I'm excited.
Are you going to play through Spider-Man?
Because I don't know how that game ends, and people are like, yo, the ending is so good. So it's like
It is. It's like
and that's what I've heard, and it's like
powerful.
so that's why I'm definitely going to play it, and definitely gonna enjoy the new content and all the content that was added over time, So I'll be playing it, and yeah.
We kind of went over this, not just The Last of Us now, but like a bunch of games.
A bunch of games have better loading
patches.
times. Yep.
So this was brand new.
Yep.
Mass Effect Legendary Edition got announced.
I like how this has been known for so long that people have said like this game that we knew about for so long has been delayed even though it's never been announced. Like people were announcing its date and delays when it wasn't announced. And it's like now it is.
Yeah, it has the first 3 games remastered.
With all DLC and all promotional DLC. So all the stuff that was like if you had save data from Dead Space, you got a Dead Space style
Oh, really?
suit. Oh yeah.
I might get this. Is it for PS5 too?
I think it's for all the consoles, and there's in the data or something. Oh shoot, there was stuff about it being on the Switch also, but I wouldn't get it on there.
No.
Let's see here, remaster of the first 3 games. PC, PS4, and Xbox One will have enhancements for PS5 and Xbox Series X. So it's one of the So it's
Oh, okay.
not so much glitch fixes, but just everything included, better load times.
Did you know about this when you were working at BioWare?
No,
No.
this is new.
Did you know about the next Mass Effect that they just hinted at?
That
No.
is not, well, they confirmed.
Yeah,
They confirmed, and it's being made here,
Yeah.
not where the end.
the good one.
The good one, the one who made the rest of them.
Yeah.
So that's cool. Good for them. I wonder where the Dragon Age is going. But they have... Well, no, because I say that, but at the same time, when I was there, they had to... Like, the studio was broken in half. There was literally floors like... I mean, they're in a different building now, but it was like floors like 2 and 3 were for what was called at the time Dylan, which became...
Anthem.
And then floors 4 and 5 were the Dragon Age floors.
Oh, okay.
So like they had it split in half. So
Probably
it's
like a bigger building now.
yeah, they totally moved there. So it's no longer in a hotel, which was nice for the free breakfasts. That was real nice. Yeah.
Yeah.
Neat
Are
stuff.
you going to get this?
No.
No?
I have the PS3 trilogy, and I played through them. And they're good, but I don't love them.
That's fair.
They're good games, but they very much are on... They're very Western role-playing. And when I say that, it's sort of like Japanese role-playing and Western role-playing are fundamentally different. It feels like a D&D sort of thing, where it's less about you as a character doing stuff and more about you solving smaller individual things. I just have things with how it kind of sets itself up, but yeah.
Multiple Assassin's Creed series are coming to Netflix next year.
Sure.
Live action, animated, and anime.
Sure. Honestly, nowadays, we were getting so many weird anime things that it's like, well, whatever. Like, it just, they'll announce something and it'll just be like, we're doing this as an anime. And it's like, sure, whatever.
Go ahead.
Do what you want.
Oscar Isaac is in talks to star as Moon Knight in the Disney Plus show.
Do you know about Moon Knight's sort of shtick?
Not really.
He's a superhero who fights crimes, but he's schizophrenic and sees himself as 3 personalities. So literally he'll switch personalities mid-battle, and it's such an extreme switch that his body changes. So there's like him as a good guy, him as a bad guy, and then there's like usually a third one where it's like him as a... It's like one of him is like a gunslinger, and one of him is using a sword. One of them is like a Batman sort of type thing.
Okay.
So it's like, yeah, so it's about him wrestling multiple personalities.
I'm going to be able to get next year of Disney Plus for $22.50.
Why is that?
I'm splitting it with 4 people.
Oh, nice. Yeah, that works.
Because one's going to use it for Star Wars.
Yep.
One's going to use it for Simpsons. I'm going to use it for Marvel.
Okay.
And the other one's just going to use it to have it.
Okay.
So, cool. Got our first look.
Well, yeah, lurking around.
Yeah, because Uncharted. At Tom Holland as Nathan Drake in the Uncharted movie.
I think if it's a movie about the origins of Nathan Drake, I think that's good.
Yeah.
If it's going to be surprised this is about an adult one and we're supposed to take Tom Holland as an adult Nathan Drake, stop right there.
Yeah. And then we got a sneak peek as Marky Mark, as Sully. He was kind of in just a makeup chair.
Yeah.
And we saw the mustache.
Sure.
I accept it.
I think you have to... Sully is more about the way he talks than how he looks.
And I feel Marky Mark can do that.
I think he can, yeah.
James Gunn is... So this is about the Suicide Squad.
Yes.
James Gunn got the go-ahead to kill anyone in the new one.
Harley Quinn, let's go. Harley Quinn, let's go.
Why?
I'm done with her.
Really? She hasn't even really broken out yet.
I'm done with her.
Well, she had her own movie, but no one watched it.
Like, here's the thing. She was literally a background character in Batman the Animated Series. She was shown off for one time. That's it. And now we've all decided, yep, we got to put her in everything. Lost the charm. Too much of a good thing, you know? I feel like you need sprinkles of Harley Quinn. I don't want her to be everywhere.
That's fair. And Jared Leto's Joker is going to be in Zack Snyder's The Justice League.
I don't get it.
This movie's going to be wild.
It's not. No,
this movie's going to be insane.
It's not even a movie. Like, it's not even a remastered cut. It's a whole new thing. It's not even a recut. It's just a new thing.
I wonder if it's going to be like an actual role or just like a cameo.
I hope it's Jared Leto's Joker appears and Superman goes rips him apart.
And it just becomes Injustice.
Yeah, just right in half. And Batman's like, I don't even know who that guy is. He's looking at my Joker. Like, he just looks at him. I don't know who that is. It's like, Bats, don't you know me? You were the one who created me. And he's like, I literally don't know who you are.
He doesn't talk like that.
He should. How does he talk?
That's like
How does he talk?
I don't know. I can't.
How does he talk? No,
he's like, hi.
I know that's not the Joker.
He's like a snake. He's like
hate it.
He's more snakish. He's like Voldemort.
I hate it. Jared Leto's Joker is the worst.
I want to see Joaquin Phoenix's Joker.
I was gonna say, can you imagine Joaquin Phoenix's like down, like more down to earth, like realistic Joker in this stupid freaking Justice League?
That'd be so good.
Where you just see him in the background where there's like bug men crawling around everywhere. Cyborgs there.
And that's it for the West.
That's
mostly.
it for that. So let's move on to the East. So there was the final Nintendo Partner Showcase of the year.
Probably the best one.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of good stuff there. So let's go through it. First off, update on Bravely Default 2.
Looks good.
I think there's people that don't like the updated graphics. I think they look better.
They're kind of... Well, at first I was like, I'm not sure how I feel about
When they first got shown off, I was like, this is just the 3DS graphics. Now at least I can tell it's a Switch game. So even if you don't like that, I prefer them. Job stuff looks good. They did a thing where they broke down every single change they've made from the original demo, which I love to see.
Yeah,
that's really cool.
Apparently, it's like a lot better now.
Oh yeah, you watch that. It's like a 15-minute breakdown of. They're like, this was all of what we got in our surveys. We took and it's actually a really small amount for the surveys. There was 5,000 in North America filled it in, which is a small sample size. So everyone who said something had contributed something, which is kind of cool.
Cool.
Yeah, so being able to run away from enemies, being able to attack them on the overworld, battles go faster. Then they showed side by side. This is what it looked like. This is what it looks like now. And you're every single time you're that looks so much better. So cool stuff.
Cool.
A new Story of Seasons, which that's awesome. To the kids calling it Boomer Stardew Valley, I am going to egg your house. I'm going to farm a chicken to make eggs that I will throw at your house. Do you know the story about Story of Seasons and Harvest Moon and how it's Story of Seasons are the real ones.
Yeah.
I don't even remember what Surviving the Aftermath is.
It's like an isometric.
That's why I tuned out.
Town.
That's why I tuned out. I hate isometric stuff. I also skipped through Immortals Phoenix Rising.
That game looks so bad on the Switch.
Yeah, no, that's a no from me, Chief. Similarly, Hitman 3 Cloud Edition.
And Control Cloud Edition.
My favorite image is seeing, hey, you're number 255 in queue to play Control. Hold on to your spot. You'll be able to play in a bit.
The future of gaming.
Yeah, cloud gaming sucks, so don't do that. Now,
here we go.
This was the big one. This was, in my opinion, the big thing. First off, we saw some new No More Heroes 3, which looks really good.
Yeah.
Gameplay looks good, improved, cool, weird enemy designs. Travis is...
he's a galactic bounty hunter now?
He is, but he's still a shitlord. He's still horrible. And back to his original voice actor, which is the good thing. Because originally... It wasn't, and then he said, I will literally come into the studio for free to do the role. I am Travis.
That's cool.
And yep, and they did. And then at one point they said, no, it was Jean, and she's like, you do not have to know the story of No More Heroes 1 and 2 to understand No More Heroes 3. But it makes it so much better. So, and then they showed No More Heroes 1, No More Heroes 2, out now on Switch. I bought them.
I still need to get them.
I just bought them. I'm I haven't touched them yet, and I'm buying them.
I want to play these games. I want to see why people love them so much.
They're good. I remember I played through most of 1 with a friend when it came out on the Wii. Never played through 2, but I heard it's a Bayonetta 2 situation where it's the gameplay's better, but the story and a lot of the stuff in the game makes you go, I kind of prefer the first. You know?
I think Beat said something similar.
Where it's it has improvements, but you kind of prefer the first. So... It's still good.
Both out.
Both out now.
The entire series is going to be playable on Switch.
Yeah, because then there's Travis Strikes Again, which that's also there. Actually, and I put this later on in the news, but so here's the thing. I don't know if you know this, but all of Suda's games are connected. Even ones across companies. Did you know that?
No.
Every game that Suda51 has made is in a shared universe.
So
there's characters from Suda51's Capcom game in No More Heroes, even though Capcom's not part of it.
What kind of Suda51 games are there other than No More Heroes?
I'm just gonna type in the Sudaverse because that's what it's called. Yeah, because Travis Strikes Again reveals that it's all in the same universe. Okay, no, that won't, because I'll go into it. Suda51 games. Killer 7, Killer is Dead, The Silver Case, Flower, Sun, and Rain, Shadows of the Damned, Michigan Report from Hell. This game is so freaking bad, but it's hilarious. Yeah, so all of his games are in the same...
Fatal Frame?
One of that one's not, because that one he worked on a bit. But they're all in the same universe. So The Silver Case was one of his first games. It's a 1999 game.
I remember that getting remastered.
So it did get remastered, and they just announced that it is coming to the Switch. So it's coming with they actually made a sequel to The Silver Case, and it's both of them are coming to the Switch in a pack called Silver. It's called Silver 2425. Confusing name, but sure. So yeah, all of his games take place in the same sort of extended universe. So it's neat that he just says screw copyright and puts them all in because no one can stop him. He's Suda 51. Everyone loves him. He's a rock star. Cool. Smaller one, but one that I like is there is a Switch port of Part-Time UFO, which was HAL Laboratory. It was originally a mobile game.
Apparently it's really good.
Yeah, it's a game where you play as a UFO and you're stacking stuff, moving stuff, having fun. Kirby's there. Good little game. Then we got then that's when we got the announcement of the Hyrule Warriors that the demo's out, but also that I was right.
You were right.
That I called it.
Freaked out.
That I was like, hey, guess who called it? Me. That's right.
Well,
me.
you didn't guess it out of thin air. You guessed it because the Divine Beasts were on the cover of the game.
They were on the cover and clearly doing stuff.
Yeah.
Yep.
So, and it looks amazing. It looks like...
We have a friend who thinks that it is automated sequences that you don't actually control. That friend is wrong. It's very clearly just like playing as any large boss type character in a Musou game. So you're wrong.
Yeah.
I sort of hope that it's not just like levels where you use it. I hope you get the ability to like press a button and use it for
I think
like
they're too big to do that.
They might be.
Yeah.
Especially the flying one.
They're literal dungeons in the base game.
That's true. That's cool though. That's so cool. I'm happy that's in.
You just like take out Hinoxes with a single shot.
So good.
Yeah, that's the showcase.
Yeah, that was pretty good. Small thing. Joy-Cons are receiving a permanent price cut to $40 or 53 Canadian on November 9th. Sure.
That's tomorrow.
Sure. Okay.
Well, those are good for the Joy-Con drifters.
Yes, that's true. Or you could just use a Pro Controller like any normal person.
But what if you need to use a Joy-Con controller?
What do you mean? I said Pro Controller.
I mean, if you need to use the Joy-Cons?
Then you just get a cheap, the blue one from, the blue one with the D-pad that I have.
You know, like the cheap plastic one?
It feels better than the regulars because it has a D-pad, which is still the best way to use it. So.
Cringe.
Nope. This was surprising.
Yeah, it came out.
Fire Emblem Shadow Dragon and the Blade of Light is getting a localization, so we can actually play the game that Marth from Fire Emblem is from. Mm-hmm. Roy and Lucas Wen. Still waiting on those.
Yeah.
Save states and rewind. That's good because that game is a Nintendo game. NES. It's rough.
Uh-oh.
Fully localized text so you can hear about all the yees and yawns and thine blade be striketh down the shadow dragon and all that stuff. There is a special edition, which I briefly considered before I realized it doesn't have a physical game, so that's okay.
That's like a Nintendo Power thing.
Yeah, the idea of a Nintendo Power poster is so
tempting.
Gigabrain.
Oh, Gigabrain.
This idea of like an alternate universe where we got it, so Nintendo Power advertised it and got a. Yeah, it's like if this is a poster that would have come out in the West if the game got a Western release.
Cool.
Right? That's cool. It comes with it's funny because the deluxe art book is a Japanese one, so it's like all Japanese text. Tiny little like booklets and game sleeves and replica game box. That's really cool stuff. I just wish it was a physical game thing because then it is a limited time offer apparently. Though
yeah, that's weird. Again, this is 31st. Like what's going on?
I don't know.
It has to be that Switch Pro.
You say this. I don't know. It's weird. So we'll see. We'll see why that is. I don't think they'll. I don't think
Nintendo's being like purposely greedy here.
Now the good news is because it's just like a probably a ROM file. They're probably just gonna extract it and you can just download it like online, put it in an emulator. Mario 3D All-Stars patch allows for inverted controls coming on the 16th. For those of you who are weird and like your controls inverted, just use the defaults, guys. I literally just use the defaults in every game for the camera controls, and I just get used to it. People who are like, oh, I need my X and Y axis inverted. It's like, are you... Why? Are you a baby? Do you not adapt? Do you not evolve?
Maybe you put your...
You didn't get to see my arm motions when I said that, which is what partially why it's killing you, June.
People like
there are people dying in the streets in many parts of the world, and you're complaining about the inverted camera controls in Super Mario 64?
Maybe this means we'll get more patches.
I think
and
so.
more opportunities to flourish.
I think so.
Maybe they'll even add a game.
Maybe. This is a weird one.
This is scary.
P5 Scramble is no longer listed on Atlas's or Koei Tecmo's financial reports. I honestly can't imagine them not bringing it over. Part of me thinks is that it's delayed so much that they're like, we'll update you on the next one. Because if it was...
Why is it taking so long?
COVID.
I guess.
Because remember, like this... Because P5 Scramble has as much story as like P5. In terms of writing and stuff to localize.
I want to play this game, Tanner.
I know,
They're
me
not
too.
letting me play this game.
If worst comes to worst, you just download a Japanese copy of it, and at least you'll get the gameplay.
That's not the way I want to experience it.
I know.
They're going to come out with a special edition that'll cost way too much money.
Actually, if you want to know the truth, there's people already working on a fan translation of it.
It'll be done before the actual game.
If it's done before the game, honestly, screw you. Like, aside from the voice acting, like, come on. I talked about, the Silver Case and the 25th Ward Silver Case are coming together, so you'll get more Suda games. Is Killer 7 on the Switch? Did that one get a Switch release? No. They want to, but they're not. It did get a Steam release, at least, which is good, because that game was only on... Never got one. There was an update for Bloodstained. They released the roadmap. So coming this month, Bloodless as a bonus character. So not the third character that they said they were going to be for the DLC. They said, hey, surprise, you're getting a bonus character that is not going to take up the slot of one of the playable characters. It's like, oh, cool, just a free one. Crossover content. It's a plane. There's a plane outside. You looked like a dog. You're like, what was that? They didn't say what the crossover content was, but they said that there is crossover content coming.
JoJo.
There already is a lot of that in that
more.
game. And then classic mode.
Just put Jonathan in the game.
So classic mode's going to be cool because there's already a part of the game that's like 8-bit style, and you'd be like, isn't that classic mode? No. This classic mode instead takes the whole game, and instead of being a Metroidvania, turns it into a series of linear levels. So it's like left to right, run through, bosses in the middle of each area. So it's literally just reimagining the game as a classicvania. That's pretty cool. And then they confirmed new content coming the year after, and they even said more stuff coming that they don't know about yet. So it's like, wow, hey, you're supporting that game. That's good.
Cool.
The Switch version is apparently updated a lot to be run a lot better, because when it first was out there, it didn't run very well. But now they said, like, now it still doesn't look as good, but now it runs a lot better. They said that by focusing on the frame rate instead of the graphics, they actually got it to, like, they toned down the graphics a bit in a patch and upped the frame rate. And it's like, that's the better way. Okay. You want it to run smoother.
Cool.
Kojima has started production on his new game.
You think it's going to be another Stranding game? Or is he doing something completely different?
I feel like Kojima doesn't want to do sequels. I feel like he's not someone who likes to do that. I feel like he was pushed into doing everything that he wanted as a Metal Gear, but look how different Metal Gear Solid 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 are. They're really different games, right? So I do feel like, honestly, it's going to be something new.
You can't really do a sequel after Death Stranding.
Nope. Maybe something actually with Ludens this time.
That'd be cool.
Right.
It's gonna be wacky.
Oh yeah.
Gonna...
We'll see whichever celebrities he'll bring in. Just put them in.
Just put in Danny DeVito.
Yeah, sure.
I mean, like, it's not out of the realm of possibility.
Put in Jeff Keighley again.
Just every character is
Every character's Jeff Keighley.
That's the plot.
It's called Jeff Stranding.
Shut up.
Sorry. Okay, and thus spoke Rohan Kishibe is coming to Netflix in 2021.
That was...
So, from what I hear...
It's a remake of it, though, I think.
So, we don't know if it's going to just be the original OVAs. If it's going to be... Because it got extra OVAs, but the first one wasn't counted as one. So it's like, is it just going to be them put together? Is it going to be more of them? Is it going to be new stuff? So we don't really know. All we know is that there is some Thus Spoke Rohan Kishibe content. Because there's like 12 or so volumes of it in the manga. So it's like, you've only covered about 4 of them. Could do a whole season.
So is this the one with the run in it? Because there's like Rohan the Run or whatever.
You mean the Louvre?
No. Rohan it's called Rohan Kishibe the Run.
Well, it shows him running on the poster, so maybe. I don't know. We don't know about it.
Look up Rohan the Run. OVA. Oh, it is Thus. Okay.
Yeah, so the Run was one of the...
Or maybe it was just like the newest one.
So we got episode 4, 2, 16, and 9 because it's broken up. So yeah, Millionaire Village.
With the runs right
the
there.
Hill. The Run was episode 9.
Okay.
So yeah, they're all kind of in a weird order because the actual one shots there are. Yeah, so it's like we didn't get Confessional. We got Matsukabe Village.
Why is it all over the place? Why is it 16 first and then?
Because it's a Rocky. He's weird.
So yeah, when I was looking at this, I'm like,
Rohan Goes to Gucci never got one and probably won't get one. Millionaire Village got one. This one didn't. So the Run was the latest one. That's interesting. But we missed a lot of these. So
what's this series about? Just Rohan doing Rohan?
They're
things?
one shots. So meaning that it's like they're each self-contained little stories about Rohan going somewhere and doing something.
Interesting.
It's literally like I read one of them because one of them came out sometime and I think it might be the Run actually, but it was literally just Rohan is at a train station and some weird stuff starts happening. Stuff that looking back you look at and go, oh, it's the rock insects. But at the time, I was reading, I'm like, what is this? And now it's like, oh, now it just makes sense as rock insects. Yeah.
Just don't say any more than that.
That's all I'm going to say. Good stuff, though. And it has the, even though it's Rohan, it's like the part 7 and part 8 style. So it looks real good. I mean, the only reason he keeps doing Rohan stuff is because he is literally just in denial that Rohan is a self-insert. Like...
No, this is David Productions doing this. This isn't Rocky himself.
No, but they're based on Rocky's...
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Rocky wrote the originals, and then David Productions is animating them.
Yeah. Did you see that? We'll talk about it in the JoJo section.
Okay.
That's just a spoiler.
We'll talk about that. Yeah. And that's that for the news. Do you need a break? I think I'm good.
I'm good.
Yeah, so we're going to continue onwards.
Are the listeners good?
I think they are.
What if they're like...
Well, they can hit pause and go solve their problems. I don't know how they would do that, but
this is where they pause.
This is where they pause and go solve their problems.
Yeah.
And in 3, 2, 1. Hi, welcome back. I hope you've solved your problems. I'm glad that you're doing better now.
What if they like took a year break here?
Well, you know what? That's some dedication.
I hope the world's better for you.
Yeah. How's the PS5 doing? Oh, no. All right. Well, let's talk about that foreign exchange. So, you originally gave me...
So we diving into this?
Oh, we are.
We dig in a grave?
You originally gave me Phasmaphobia.
Oh, yeah.
Which...
I harmed you, I'm sorry.
I didn't know that I would have such a bad reaction to the fear.
I didn't either. That's why I gave it to you.
And here's the thing. I like horror movies. I do. But there's something about playing it that sends me into...
But this is like, you got out the truck and you
Do you know what it is? It's because it's the opus of I have to do it. With a movie, if I go, too scary, it continues, then I can open my eyes when I'm no longer scared. It continues.
I guess.
The fact of the matter is, I was scared to walk out of that vehicle and see what's out there in the tutorial house.
Well, you walked up to the door, saw that it was locked, turned around, and then you're done.
Well, I'm like, because I was so freaked out. I'm like, what if I turn around and there's something there? What if I...
You're safe
what
outside
if I need
the
to,
house.
Here's the thing. I knew nothing about Phasmaphobia.
Yeah.
I knew nothing about it. So for me, I was even like when I was in there, I'm like, is it timed? Mm-hmm. Do I have to get in the house, or are they going to chase after me? Like, what's happening? I don't know what it looks like. It says to pick up items, and I don't know how. It didn't teach me. Oh, I need to... They say pick some items up. I could only grab a couple. How many do I need? Like, am I supposed to be a multiplayer? It says
you should have played with some. You should have played with me.
But there was just a tutorial.
No, I mean like the tutorial to better ease you into it instead of a cold turkey type situation. That's my bad.
That's okay. I still wouldn't be able to do it.
Yeah.
Because honestly, like I was having.
Well, maybe
chest was hurting.
Yeah, maybe it wouldn't have been as bad as what happened.
I don't think so.
Really?
I think
even with me there.
I think it would have been because at the end, like what I had to do was I was in control of a character in a horror situation, which I can't handle.
Okay.
Like it's that idea of like honestly, because here's where it scares me. If I'm scared and I let go of the controls,
you're done.
He's just as vulnerable. If I don't know how to get myself to a safe place, if I don't like it, just
So my original plan, like before all these delays, where we put on hiatus for a week, my plan was to like get you to play Phasmaphobia, and then for the Halloween episode, get you to play Outlast.
Frick. No.
Outlast is even worse.
I've heard that one is. I hear like for people who like horror stuff, like Outlast is up there with like. Yeah, no.
I was in a room with 4 people and we almost couldn't do it.
No, dude. I'm gonna tell you this. One of the deepest, scariest moments as a kid was when I went over to a friend's house. He's like, I got this really scary game. It's called Doom 3. Which you're laughing at. But at the time, I was like, I don't know, dude, that sounds kind of scary. And like, you know how the beginning of the game, you're like, have you played Doom 3?
I haven't.
So it's like, but the beginning, it's like you're on the space station and everything's going fine. There's scientists, and then a portal opens and they all start turning into monsters, and it's terrifying, right? At least for a kid. Like, I was scared. I was literally like hiding behind the couch, like going, can we play something else? Like, it was bad.
So what about Dead Space 3? Where it's more action oriented, but there's still the horror elements in it.
I don't know.
Because I know for a fact you're going to do Dead Space 1.
Okay, Dead Space 3 specifically.
Yeah, specifically.
That one would probably be fine because, by that point it's way more action-y. But yeah, the first one, it's like, nah. But I don't know, even still, that might be too much. And honestly, the only scary stuff I can handle is like original Resident Evil stuff. Those ones I'm good with. But even like, I was even like, because I played through 4. Yeah, you were fine with.
Well, I remember back when 7 came out, we played it for a bit.
Yeah, 7 actually is fine because for me, 7 is more atmospheric than scary, which...
Yeah. I don't know how 8's going to turn out.
Yeah, Village there. We'll see. It's
probably...
not called 8, remember?
Shut up.
I don't know. I'm weird, and I have trouble.
Well, I just want to know in the future.
Stuff. Yeah. In general, spooky games are a big no-no, but movies and stuff, sure.
Well, I'm not really versed into that kind of stuff.
See, and like I love horror movies.
I don't. I hate horror movies.
And it's weird. I don't get it. Just it keeps going. Just close your eyes if you're scared.
Because I can't control it.
That's good.
Like
that's
opposite side. It's like stuff I can control. I
don't want to be in control because I'm a big pussy, and so I will be too scared to do anything and die.
Okay, so Now we can talk about Phasmaphobia since I played it.
Yeah.
I played it with a friend, Gene, who doesn't listen to podcasts, but he's cool.
He's a good guy. Very handsome, too.
Yeah.
I've seen a lot more of him than most of the other people I know on our Discord.
Really?
Yeah.
I feel I've seen Beat the most.
No, I'm talking about, like, in terms of percentage of body, but...
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's fair. It's not an easy game. It was hard for me. Yeah. There was a point where I was going into the room, and only one person had to be in the room at a time to get like a reading or like a result. And I went there myself. Gene was like outside looking in, and then the ghost was like talked directly into my ear, like right here, and it scared that shit out of me.
See, and I'm bad. Like, so here's an example of how I am. For years, my mom would drive me to school every day. And whenever we'd be at a red light, we'd be sitting there and she'd go, "Huh!" and grab me and scream.
That's your mom.
While I'm in the passenger seat. And because of that, I'm always ready to well, not right now. Almost always. Like, well, for a while I was, where I'd be jumpy. And like now it's like, it's different, but I'm still like jumpy, right? So it's like that stuff would kill me.
Having you constantly on edge like that for a while wouldn't be very healthy.
No, especially every day when I drove to school screaming at me randomly. And sometimes it'll be while she's driving too. Like that was, and she said it was to keep me awake because I would fall asleep while I was in the passenger seat. And she's like, I hated that. And I'm like, well, yeah, maybe screaming at me to scare me wasn't the solution, Mom.
Anyways.
So instead.
No, I'm not done yet.
Oh yeah, right. You want to talk about it.
In the way I like deal with horror games and when stuff gets really scary is I start to talk and start to like lighten it up. Be like, haha, funny ghost or something stupid, but you can't do that in Phasmaphobia.
Because it
makes
it up?
And it makes it more aggressive.
Oh.
Lowering your chances of success.
That's horrible.
So I had to be quiet, which made it worse. But man, that's such a good horror game. They need to.
It accomplishes its goal of scaring the crap out of people.
They need to fix it a bit. There's a lot of network stuff and like connection and just general mechanics that need to be
also
worked
just
out.
Look at like when we were watching a little video of it up at supper time and just seeing like the models kind of stuttering, moving around. It's like,
and the movement speed is like snail pace.
Oh yeah, it's slow.
But
yeah. Okay, so instead, you gave me the Overwatch Halloween Terror event, which is much more in line with the Halloween I like, which is like fun, spooky, not even spooky, but just like the fun costumes and weirdy and.
It is spooky though. It's like woo.
There's absolutely
robot
nothing
zombies
spooky about it.
There's nothing scary about robot zombies.
There's nothing scary about it. Robots are fine by me. Robots aren't scary. People are like, well, robots are scary, right? I'm like, no, what? There's nothing scary about a robot. It's just a big metal skeleton.
That's like indestructible.
Skeletons in general are not scary. Let's be real. Who has ever been freaked out by a skeleton? Skeletons have lost all scare factor. I look at them and I go,
spooky, scary.
All I think of is like, oh, rattle me bones, I'm a skeleton. You know, it's like they're not scary anymore. Skeletons have lost all scare value, and metal skeletons, nah. Robots, no.
What about like Junkenstein? Anyways, that's
so I did play the Halloween Terror event, which is the Junkenstein's Revenge, which is a co-op.
PvP.
No, PvE.
PvE, right.
PvE event where you're taking down robots as a team. And boy, Overwatch is a good feeling shooter. Mm-hmm. It is a game that, and I can feel the improvements. They've made it even better feeling to kill stuff than even in the...
You notice that?
Yes. I feel like they've improved it. Yeah.
Or maybe it's just a while since you played it.
It has been a while, but just the way that the health bars go down now, you can feel it a lot more. Played as a bunch of characters. Each role that you're given is very specific. but at the same time open enough that you can play around.
You can contribute while also doing your part.
Yeah, different ways,
Contribute,
right?
not
You know, you
control.
can work as a builder to make a turret, which is like one of the best things,
Oh, yeah.
obviously. My favorite was Anna still. Just being
That's
able
interesting.
to... Because then you can go between sniping, and if someone needs healing, you just shoot them. Like, that ability to just hurt enemy but heal friend, that's great.
Yeah.
That's real good. Yeah, no, it's a really fun experience that makes me go...
You played the different challenge modes too.
Yeah, I played the different ones, and we beat the first one. I couldn't beat the challenges.
No.
They're tough.
Yeah, they are.
I will say that...
Well, the last one, like the final challenge that unlocked.
Yeah.
It was like every time, you know, like the blue ones that shoot the beam or the blasters.
Yeah.
What are they called? The Zombardiers or whatever.
Bombardiers.
Yeah.
Zombardier, yeah.
Randomly, like if you kill one, zap tire spawns.
What does?
Like you know the zap tires that roll down the stairs.
Oh, yeah.
So you could be like McCree and like kill like 5 of them, but then 5 of those things spawn.
Oh, wow, that sucks.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's bad.
It wasn't that hard in the end because like
It also
when
depends...
you heard the you kind of like just like zoned into it.
But it also depends on who you're with, because sometimes you notice that you get some people who are really good and some people who are not as good. I feel like for the most part, most noobs have stopped playing. You know?
Yeah, because there's just the hardcore
Just
people.
the hardcore people.
Yeah.
So for the most part, a lot of them were really good. And yeah, it is a fun experience. I enjoyed the fact that I did not need any communication with my teammates. That's a nice
Well,
thing.
they added more communication options now too.
Because I'm
I'm not sure how to use them still.
But what I mean is, I don't have some guy yelling at me
Oh,
through
yeah.
his microphone, being like, "WTF? Why are you doing this? You should be point B Alpha Alpha Omega Romero." It's like, what are you talking about?
But I was gonna say, I've been playing Overwatch 2, just like the regular modes.
You got Overwatch 2 already?
Yeah,
Wow.
it's exactly like the first one.
Dang.
But like the game just feels a lot better. Everything, they finally hit their balance now that they're done putting characters in.
Oh, are they done?
Yeah, Echo was the last one.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Since she's like an amalgamate, she's like the ultimate character, I think. Because her super is just like you look at an opponent and you turn into them.
Oh.
And you use their supers and everything.
Wow.
So
Okay.
you
Okay.
kind of
So,
need to have a knowledge of like all the
okay.
characters.
She's 12 from Street Fighter.
Sure. Or like, what's that character from Skullgirls?
Well, no, because Double just uses bits and pieces of everyone's
Oh.
moveset. No, 12 is literally, his super is he scans you and you become them for the rest of
Okay.
the match for a bit.
Cool.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think they finally like hit that sweet spot of balance that like even if you're like getting your ass kicked, there's always a chance to come back.
Yeah.
So
No, it's a good feeling game, and I enjoy it a lot more as a PvE than a PvP. So,
and they confirmed Overwatch 2 is going to be at BlizzCon next year
okay.
in February, I think.
Okay.
Yeah. So I like Overwatch again.
Sounds good.
We're back up.
Back into that.
I've been playing much lately because when the Halloween event ended, it kind of like dropped off in favor of Persona. But
Yep.
I'll play it again.
Oh, and I got my favorite skin in the game with the money that I got from the loot
Oh,
boxes.
the May one.
Yeah, the Mei Jiangxi one, which is 10 out of 10. Give her the dance. Do the dance. Her dance is an anime dance.
I know.
Okay.
All right.
And you
Me.
were given what?
Genshin Impact.
Yes.
Yeah, it's good. I was hooked on it for a day.
Mm-hmm.
And then I saw everything else.
What do you mean?
Like all the the gotcha unlocked and like
Oh, yeah.
the true like openness of the game opened up. I'm like, this is a lot.
So that's the thing. When you started playing on stream, you were recording around the MILF area dungeon. You know what I'm talking about, right? You're at the MILF dungeon. And that was where I stopped. And so I
Okay.
literally, like, as soon as you were going through that, like, I was behind you in where I was. And it's like, once you're through that tutorial, that game opens up.
Yeah. And this was like right before I was moving, so I'm like, I do not have time for this.
Yeah.
But like I did get a general feel for the game. I feel that it's like the music's really good.
Mm-hmm.
Like the world is very like believable, I guess.
That's the only the first world.
Yeah.
Have you seen what the second one looks like?
No.
Do you want to see?
Sure.
It is so the first one is Breath of the Wild. The second one, not so much. Genshin Impact Second World. It looks like no.
I think just go to their website. I think it was on their website.
Yeah, it is Genshin Impact. It looks way different. Let's see here.
It's got to load.
Got to load with these default elemental icons. Oh no, sound.
That's a thing too, that like there's a lot of like just like basic elemental stuff that they
There's
kind of
a lot
just
of
shove into your
elemental
face.
stuff,
I'm
yeah.
like, I know you can use fire to melt ice. I don't need to be told.
Wow, this is an incredibly in-depth website when I just want to get the info.
Just wait.
Okay.
Explore. Tevat
Is it Tevat? Okay, so check it out. So Mondstadt is where you start. Yeah. Liui.
Oh wow.
Very different.
Very oriental.
Well, yeah, because it's literally who are the two countries playing this game right now? The West and China. So those are the two areas.
That's fair.
So if we take a look at it, yeah, it looks very different compared to the Breath of the Wildy area, right? So at least there's and this is again like world 2 of what's going to be 7. So it's
Wow.
it's like each one looks quite a bit different.
My favorite part of this game definitely is the combat.
It's
The
good.
combat's super satisfying.
There's parts of it I like a bit more than Breath of the Wild. Just
Yeah.
parts. I think the part that gets me is the character switching, meaning that you are free to kind of, depending on the situation, you can be like, oh, there's some water there. Let me switch off to my electric character who can then do a big electric slam that turns it into an electric puddle, and then maybe I can use my wind character to blow them into it, right?
Yeah.
So the elemental stuff is really a big deal, and it's fun to play around with.
Yeah, I don't really care for the story since I wasn't really invested.
Yeah,
So-
there's not a lot going on there.
So that-
how did you find the one dragon boss battle?
Weak.
Right?
It's just kind of like shoot.
When I saw it, I'm like, whoa, this looks cool, and then you realize it's like, oh, you just mashed the shoot button.
Yeah.
I was like, that's a little disappointing.
Yeah.
I did fight an overworld boss, and it was tough.
I did too. I fought like that wind thing.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah.
Yeah. It wasn't that tough.
It was tougher than I thought it would be, because I didn't know it was going to be an overworld boss.
Oh, okay. But yeah, it was pretty enjoyable.
All right.
Like
I'm waiting for that PS5 version so that I can make it run at a hopefully decent, because it's it's bad on console at times. It's some areas are fine, and like the dungeons are really nice. Actually, they run well. Just the overworld, that overworld, does not like it.
Yeah. Anything else for me?
Did you roll any waifus? Did you roll any characters that made you go like, I want to raise you and love you forever?
No. Well, I rolled people, but I didn't have those feelings.
Okay.
There was one who's a bow arrow user.
Okay. Oh yeah, I got her too right after your stream actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, she fights with like the Raven, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got her right after.
That's who I got. Yeah.
Yeah,
and a bomb girl, I think.
Did you get Klee?
No. Who am I thinking of? No, I got the one with the big electric, the big sword, like the big.
Oh,
Chungus sword.
yeah. She's like guaranteed for new players.
Yeah, I got those two.
There's been actually, I'm gonna go back to the Genshin Impact there because there's been a couple of new characters shown off that it's like you look at them and you're like, boy, you are for a demographic that's not me. I like Amber a lot.
Yeah, she's cool.
Amber's good. I like her skill of just throwing out a bunny that dances around, distracts them, and then blows up. So yeah, you got was it Barb? No, not Barbara. No. So I got Razor. Who's Razor in English? Todd Habercorn. All right. He has a stand, which is kind of fun. Yeah, Klee is the one who throws bombs.
I got to try her out on that challenge thing.
Who is an actual child, like an actual child. So when you see people being like, "Yeah, that's my waifu," it's like, Noelle, that's the one with the big one there. She's guaranteed for people. Fischl, that's who it is. That's who you got there doing a straight JoJo pose.
Just a thing with these characters, I don't know who they are or don't care about them. So
there are missions.
Why should I use them?
There's missions that like unlock that tell you about them, and you can like you encounter them in the story, and then it's like, hey, you get to see who they are, and then you'll want to get them. So that's why.
So I guess there are parts of this game I really enjoy, but a lot of it it's not for me.
Fair enough. I got Sucrose. She's pretty good. I like her. Yeah, they announced this character too. Another actual child who's a cat girl, which is again a problem. Let's see. There's a couple others here that I know. There's a mommy pirate girl, which of course we know some people who would like. The rest of them I don't really know too much about because I never got there. So, there's a Jiangxi girl. Yeah, Kui. Kui there. She's a Zambambo.
She's me. That's me.
The weird thing is that they're slowly announcing the
that's
voices.
what I noticed too. I don't know why they're...
And all the Western voice actors are like, why? Apparently it's like because...
These big, like...
Oh yeah, they're big voice actors.
Yeah.
And even ones that are super obvious that people are like, it's clearly you. And they're like, can't say anything. It's because in China, there's a problem that if something is popular, they will literally kidnap people who work on the games to get them to work for them. So like they're not. That's why there's no credits in the game either, because they're
crazy.
They have problems with other companies coming and literally kidnapping them to work for them. Now that sounds crazy, but guess what? Sega did that back in the day too.
Oof.
In Japan, there, yeah.
Huh.
Yeah. So overall, though, would you say it is a Breath of the Wild clone, or is it? Do you think that it is worthy of being something separate?
Being separate, for sure.
I think so,
there
too.
are some inspirations, very obvious, but I don't.
You hear those sounds in that UI, and you're like, yeah. But then as you get in, you realize it's really not.
Yeah, you just surface level. Of course, that's the internet. They just base everything off surface level.
Yeah.
But
remember that guy who destroyed his PS4 at the China event because he was mad it was a Breath of the Wild ripoff?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wonder what he's doing right now.
Probably nothing because
he doesn't have a PS4 anymore.
Doesn't have a PS4 anymore. Okay.
All right.
Final question. If you were given the opportunity.
Oh no.
And with right seasoning, would you eat Paimon?
Oh my god. Nina was doing those jokes with me, and he's like, I equally hate it too. Come on, why are you doing it? That's the first thing he said in the Twitch chat. So would you eat Paimon? No.
I would. I think Paimon...
That's cannibalism.
Paimon's clearly not human. It's like a foot tall.
Baby cannibal.
Come on, imagine.
Where did this even come from? Did some freak say, "Oh, I want to eat that"?
No, it's right at the beginning of the game. When someone says,
"Oh, right,
hi, this is Paimon, and then the choices are my traveling companion or the emergency ration."
No, I don't. I'm not good.
And you choose the emergency ration. It's like, Paimon is not food. Yeah, you will be.
That's weird, bro.
Cook you up. Okay, so the next foreign exchange. You are showing me a video of a large Haruka slapping a tiny Kiryu. That is definitely something someone modded. So. I see you opening the PlayStation app.
Do you not know what to give me?
I have an idea, but I also don't 100% know if it is something you've never watched.
See, I have a lot of that problem too for you.
You've alluded to something that because it's something that I think you've brought up before. And me and my friends on the Discord bring up a lot because it was quite formative for our childhoods on the internet. Let's see. Does the phrase shit pickle mean anything to you?
Oh no!
What?
Wait, it's not Rick and Morty.
No, God, no.
Yeah, well,
No.
yeah, I don't know.
No.
Pickle. You know,
Pickle. So this was the pickle meme before Rick and Morty. So that doesn't mean anything to you?
it doesn't ring a bell.
You know, shit pickle, shit pickle.
No, not at all.
Okay, good. All right, so then you haven't watched it.
Okay. Is it a TV show?
Kind of. It's on the internet. It's not like a TV show. It would not be allowed to air on TV.
Interesting.
There is a movie. Actually, there's no, there's one movie. I quoted it on Discord today because I was thinking about it.
I don't think I was there.
You were. It was literally in reply to something you said, but you didn't say anything. So that was a bit of my test to see. It's like, does this mean anything to you?
So it's a movie?
No, it's a series.
Okay, it's a series. Okay. Is it anime?
It's not. It's live action. And it's a web thing.
It's a web live action thing. That's weird.
You know, he'd rather have a buffalo take a diarrhea dump in his ear. He'd rather eat the rotten asshole of a roadkill skunk and down it with beer. He's the angriest gamer you've ever heard. He's the angry Nintendo nerd.
Oh no.
He's the angry video game
That's not
nerd.
Eastern.
It's not, but he plays a lot of games from that era.
So what do you want me to do?
So here's the thing. There's like 300 episodes of AVGN. However, there's a list of the top 20 episodes. They're like sub-TV show length. So, top AVGN episodes. Now, this is the list by his wife on her favorites. But a lot of these... So I think what I might do is, because there's 20 here, that's a bit too much. But here's my plan. I'm going to get a list for you of a couple hours worth. So like movie length, right? You know, some of the best episodes. I might even ask my Twitter, be like, hey guys, what are your favorite AVGN episodes? Because it's such a, there's so many of them, right? If we go to, you know, I'll even look for ones that I know will appeal to you specifically, right? I mean, just thinking off the top, Big Rigs you have to see. Game Glitches is an amazing one. Some of the Castlevania ones are really good. So I'm gonna assemble a list for you.
Okay.
And I definitely want it to be something that I want to show you through the ages, because it is something that I definitely think once you watch a couple over the years, you'll understand why a lot of people really liked it. So
okay.
I will get a list of episodes, and that's what I want you to watch.
Okay, sounds good.
I also thought, you know, because we have a console coming up, I don't want to give you a game when you probably want to be playing other games when a new console's coming out.
That makes sense. So I had 4 choices.
Oh, wow.
All of them are games.
Okay.
There's one that's on a big sale that is, you're gonna have to buy.
That's fine.
One of these, but they're like $10. Like,
Yeah,
they're
okay.
in the lows. They're in the,
Okay.
But the one I think I've decided on is that, so it is. Start guessing.
Frick. Okay, so PlayStation.
Yeah.
Is it single player?
No.
Oh, okay.
It's something that we should play together because it'll be fun. I think.
Something we should play together? Okay.
Because I have it already.
Okay, you have it.
I think it was a PS Plus game actually.
So I might already have it.
Yeah.
I've been getting PS Plus games for a while. Is it
It was really popular.
Rocket League?
No.
Okay.
It's gonna be a deep cut because I was scrolling through my PSN games. Well, I was looking through the the new PSN app,
Which
and
is a good app, yeah.
It's really good now. Anyways, and I saw this game is really fun. I think Tanner would like it.
Multiplayer, want to play. Usually on sale for $10. Is it first person or third person?
It's third person, but it's a different kind of third person.
Cars?
No.
Okay. Different kind of third person. Sports?
No.
What is the primary color associated with it? Oh, if you have to think about it, that's weird. I can literally tell you if you give me any game, I'll be able to tell you the primary color associated with it.
So the main art of it,
yeah.
it's blue and orange.
Blue and orange.
Yeah.
It's not NHL, is it?
No.
So that's a local sports team joke there, everyone. Blue and orange.
So the genre is
Portal 2?
Nope. It's on PS4, remember.
PS4, right? That's only PS3. Who's the publisher?
Sony Interactive Entertainment.
Oh, is it first party?
No.
Okay.
Maybe it is. It's a very like low. It's like it's one of those games that's really good, but most people don't talk about.
Huh. It's not Little Big Planet.
No.
Okay.
It's top down.
Top down.
Top down.
Top down.
Yeah.
Micro Machines?
No.
Top.
No cars. Remember.
Top down.
It's an action game.
Top down action game.
I don't think you're gonna get it, but I'm gonna like try to like get you as close as you can to it.
Are there guns?
Yes.
Why Western games always have guns?
It's a twin stick shooter.
Okay, it is a twin stick shooter.
Yeah.
Okay. Ghostbusters?
Nope.
I don't know many other twin stick shooters. Is it one of those Geometry Wars games?
Nope. When did it come out?
Give me the first letter.
H.
I don't know.
It came out.
And it's multiplayer. Twin stick multiplayer.
Came out in 2015. So it was an early PS4 game.
Early PS4. I have no idea.
Helldivers.
Oh, okay. I have heard of this, but I know nothing about it.
Yeah, so people love this game.
I think I might have.
And it was a PSN game, I think.
But here's the thing: 2015, I might not have been getting them all then. There's a while when I.
It is on sale for $10 though.
Yeah, let me check here. Let's see here.
I love that that PlayStation app has like the banners for every game.
Yeah, it's nice. Helldivers, Dive Harder. Or wait,
it's Super Earth.
Super Earth Ultimate Edition. Add to cart, so I don't have it. Okay. Okay. I've never seen this game. I've legit never ever seen this game.
It's like apparently like.
I mean, so here's the thing. I really like twin stick shooters. So, sure.
Cool. We'll play it
To play this game on PS5, your system may need to update to the latest system software.
It says that for every game.
Okay, I was worried about that. I'm like, what? Okay. Sounds good. Well, then it will be Helldivers and the Angry Video Game Nerd.
There you go.
All right. Like I said, I'll get a list of episodes. I'm gonna formulate a list of them.
Okay.
Because there are some must watches and there's been a lot over the years that's just season of Bible games is so good. I might throw a few Christmas ones. Spider-Man is one you gotta watch. The Atari porn one. That one is special. It's so good. I love AVGN. You don't gotta watch the movie.
Do you prefer? Are you more free during the day or during the evening?
It depends on the day itself. Okay. Weekends, evening. Actually, mostly evening, honestly. Evening for most days, yeah. So we'll organize that. Okay. All right. Well, Let's move on to the question period then.
Okay.
We got a couple different ones this time, so let's get started. Our first one here comes from Mauricio. Hey Tanner, saw the tweet about backing out of a game for being scary, which is understandable. Everyone can handle scary stuff even at an older age. Yep, well, honestly, I'm better than I was as a kid, which says something about how I was as a kid. What are some things growing up that were scary that still affect you to this day? I know I have one. Stuff that was scary as a kid that still affects you.
That'd have to be like entertainment related.
I don't know. He says movies, games. I mean, what's scarier than stuff in real life? Because I have a real life example.
Which is
The Dragon at West Edmonton Mall.
oh
So for those of you who don't know, just look up Dragon West Edmonton Mall. You'll get pictures and probably videos. We had a giant animatronic dragon at our movie theater at the biggest mall in Canada where we are. And that was made when I was like 4 or 5 and terrified me.
It's not fun.
It's like now
I always thought it would fall.
No,
that was my fear.
For me, it's the fact that it moves its head and breathes fire, and that's
the cool part.
No, that's scary to me. That scared me. And
What
the
was
music.
scary about it? You think it's going to come to life?
No, it just looked freaky.
Five Nights at Freddy's
It
looking?
looked scary. It had a scary face, and the fact that it would blink and move its head and then breathe the fire, and the music was it had like it sounded like the end of Majora's Mask when the clock is coming down. It's like it's terrifying. So that scared me to the point where I couldn't look at it until I was probably about 14 or 15.
Well, they got rid of it, didn't they?
They did. But I was like, by the end of its life was when I could finally start looking at it. I never saw it breathe fire because it was still too much, even when it was like on its last legs. Like I couldn't look at it. It was to the point where whenever my family would get movie tickets there, I would literally would hide my face in one of my parents' coats and walk with my face hidden the entire way.
Huh.
Like it was traumatizing.
It was scary.
It was a scary thing. So for me, like
it was so big and like
it was huge.
Yeah.
And guess what? Gremlin loved it.
Of course she did.
She thought it was the coolest thing ever. She'd want to be literally walked up to it and held up when it breathed fire, as close as she can get. I'm like, I don't like.
You guys even siblings?
We're siblings, and it's so different. So that one got me. That one made me scared. What about you? What's some scary stuff?
Kind of have like a phobia of wind.
Wind.
Strong wind.
Okay,
So-
that's interesting.
That I just have like a history of like being around tornadoes.
Oh, okay.
So
Okay. Strong wind, no fear. Tornadoes, understandable.
yeah. Well,
Yeah.
no, the wind suggests tornado in my mind.
Okay. For me,
So when
it's
there's,
more
like, window-
thunderstorms, but
When there's wind blasting against the wall,
yeah.
like I have like this irrational fear that it's gonna like tip over the.
Dude, when I was a
The house
kid,
or something?
when I was a kid, literally every single night, I was always there was a long period in my life where I couldn't go to sleep because I literally would lie in bed thinking about tornadoes, fires, earthquakes, explosions, meteors, like everything. I couldn't go to sleep because I'm like, what can kill me tonight? It was terrifying. Then I learned to stop caring.
What can kill me tonight?
What
A
can-
mommy.
It was like, what can kill me tonight? God, I hope so. I don't care what.
Oh, what was the other thing? Okay, so back in 2012, like the year, I was like, what was this all Apocalypse 2012 thing
Oh,
going
no.
up, right? So I look into it, and those remember those fake videos that popped up that did like the horns in the sky?
No.
You don't?
No, because I didn't care.
There were
I knew it was fake. 2012, I was like, it's not happening.
This was like early like you weren't even like a blip on the map.
No, well, 2012 would be...
Was it-
No, because 2012 would have been grade 11 for both of us.
Were you there, grade 11?
No, I wasn't.
So this was like, I like how like the eras of this are like pre-Tanner, post-Tanner.
Yeah, that would be pre-Tanner because I was at my other high
Yeah.
school and we were just too busy playing Third Strike at lunch.
But I was watching these videos of this, these like horns in the sky thing, like around the world that's like popping up more frequently as December 21st gets closer. I'm like starting to get nervous. I know it's stupid at the time.
No. Do you know what it reminds me of? It's it's those
The Siren Head?
Siren Head in real life. The one where it's him in like the far these ones of him like in this one of him in the far distance just vibing, and there's people who look at this and go, that's real. That's real. That's real. It's really scary. It's like, no, it's so clearly not, you know. But it's like, but as you're a kid, you're different, right?
Yeah.
It's different. But now I look at this and I just laugh. I just see this big thing and they're like, what would you do? I'm like, I don't know, take off my clothes, run around naked. Who cares? It's not real. But yeah, at the time.
Yeah, so then like, I'm like laying up in bed, waiting listening for these horns. And I was like losing sleep over this. But there was one time I was home alone. I was on my computer. My parents had the TV in their room on. And then I heard the siren. I fucking zap out of my desk towards the source. I look at the TV. It's a fucking War of the Worlds sound effect.
Oh my god!
And I'm like,
you got done in, dude.
I got
you got
done in?
Nostradamus.
What does that mean?
Well, Nostradamus was the one predicted 2012.
Oh,
Yeah,
right.
yeah. No, he also predicted like 30 other years being the end of the world. But we just really hopped on to 2012 as the one that was going to be it for sure.
Because it was the Aztec calendar thing.
Yeah, but
So.
and here's the thing. The Aztec calendar has literally run out every time, and every time it just goes back to the beginning.
Yeah.
That's how their calendar works. You go around the circle, and you go back to the beginning.
Yep. So that's the thing that really scared me back then.
All right. I still feel uncomfortable with the eel in Mario 64. Like, it's a joke, but it's that freaked me out. It was scary.
I don't think there's really anything that scares me in games that's like not supposed to, you know?
Oh boy, I could make a list of that. I mean, I think we've talked about similar stuff, but there's a section in Okami in a sunken ship, which is terrifying. Let's see. I've never been afraid of a book. No. I don't get how you can be afraid of a book. Bro, it's just pages. It's just like...
just close the book.
Just close the book, dude. It's words on a page. Come on. I mean...
Yeah, I don't get the concept of horror novels.
So here's the thing. I don't get horror novels, but I get well-written novels. If it's well-written and enjoyable, yeah.
Yeah.
But, like, anything I've read that is, like, supposed to be a scary story, it's like, it's interesting, but it's not scary. You can't jump scare me in a book unless you turn the page. It's like a pop-up book suddenly. It's
or if, like, you're in a dark and quiet, like, room or something.
No, but then it's not the book that's scary. It's the room.
That's fair.
Let's see. Anything else? Like, I've grown to be fine with horror movies because I've realized that a lot of them are bad. Like, if you ever see a advertisement for a horror movie and then it says it's PG-13, you know that nothing happens in it. Because, literally, if anything were to happen, it wouldn't be PG-13. So if you know it's a PG-13, it's like, nothing's going to happen.
That's fair. Okay.
This could be a weird one, but even if a game is scary, if you have the ability to defend yourself, like Resident Evil, Devil May Cry, Dead Space, would you play it?
Oh, yeah.
So here's the thing. I don't think anything in Devil May Cry is scary.
No, it's a weird decision.
I think at the time I could see it, but we've come so far that DMC is not scary at all. Even Resident Evil, like, I feel Resident Evil is more gross than scary. Like when the dude, like, especially in the RE2 remake.
No, dude, that Mr. X, that scared me.
Okay, here's the thing. I feel Mr. X is surprising.
No, he's scary.
Because
he can like the technology they have in that game. He's actually where you hear him.
Yeah.
So he's actually nearby.
I feel like
he could just burst through a wall at any time.
Knowing that he's just a hench guy with a fedora It's a little. It's less scary than if it was a ghost. I feel something about because you know what he looks like,
But
and
it's like,
he's just a big white guy.
It's the fear.
He's a big white guy in a fedora.
It's the fear of an unstoppable force.
Oh, no. So I think that's surprising, but I don't find it the same visceral horror as some of the scary stuff in Phasmaphobia.
Top horror for you? What's something that you can't handle at all? Body horror? Like Saw?
Okay, so here's the thing.
I can't handle Saw.
I don't even want to
think about it.
I don't like that. Even like there's like the friggin' scenes in early Agents of Shield scenes where they're like putting the needles in the fingers and stuff.
Oh, that's fine. That's not
I
bad.
couldn't do that. No.
You know that the almost the entire series is on Disney Plus.
Yeah, that's cool. Like I see, but there's uncomfortable versus I can't handle it, and it's like that's different things, right? Like I find.
What about like psychological horror?
That's fine with me. That doesn't bother me. That doesn't bother me at all. But for me, it's I don't know.
So what scares you then? What's the Phasmaphobia? Like what was in that game?
I think what scares me the most is the unknown. If I don't know what it's going to be, I'm scared. Okay, I'll give you an example. We watched that Signal Simulator video with Joel, right? And I was actually having a hard time watching it at first because I didn't know what the aliens would look like. So for me, the aliens that were in my head were a bajillion times scarier than what they look like in the game. So I was kind of freaked out thinking, like, what are these things going to... And then after the video, I just went, Signal Simulator aliens. I'm looking like, oh god, they're not scary at all. So for me, it's what my brain thinks they'll be more than what they are.
Okay, so say, what's that movie called? That, like, spawned
the Pee-Pee Poo-Poo Man.
No, it's like spawned, like, a huge franchise that's still going on.
Paranormal Activity?
No. It's like
the Badabook?
It's just the Badaboom.
Baba-booey.
The Baba-booey. It's like a kid on the cover. Insidious. So like, there's a monster in the movie, a demon.
Yeah.
So if I showed you the scene where the demon appeared, and then you watched the movie, would you be less scared?
I would not be scared at all.
Okay, that's fair.
For me, it's what I don't know. So, like, for instance, I know, like, when I was reading that book in Phasmaphobia of all the different ghosts, and it's like, I don't know what they'll look like. Even with the doodles and the stuff, I'm like, I get freaked out because I'm like, I don't know what they're going to look like. I don't know if they're going to be big, small, if they're going to come at me, if they're going to, like...
It doesn't matter what they look like, you just know what they look like, and it's like...
If I know what they look like...
What if they're, like, terrifying monsters?
I'll still be scared, but I won't be deadly scared.
Okay.
Like, I'll be freaked, but not to the point of I can't handle it.
Okay.
For me, and here's the thing. That's good horror. The good horror relies on making it all be in your head.
Yeah, that's like...
Right,
yeah.
That's the good horror, is when it's more what you don't see. Here's a pro tip, if you're doing horror, don't show the monster.
Would Super 8 be a horror movie for you then?
I've never seen it.
So it's just like a monster movie, but you don't know what it looks like until the very end. Or like Cloverfield.
No, giant monster isn't horror. Giant monster is a whole different genre.
Cloverfield Lane. I haven't seen that movie. I'm not sure what the monster is in that movie though.
There isn't one, as far as I'm aware.
The people are the monsters.
Yeah, it is. That's literally what it is. That's literally what it is. So I don't know. I don't know. It's a tough thing because it's.
No, I think it's pretty clear cut for you. It's just like you need to know what it looks like.
I gotta know what it looks like, and I gotta know how it works.
So if I showed you the ghosts in Phasmaphobia, would you?
If I knew, if I knew what they all looked like.
I think they're pretty randomized. I'm not sure.
I've seen like one or two of them, and I'm like, oh, I don't like that. I don't like that.
Yeah, they're not fun to look at.
They're not fun to look at. So that's one thing. If it's like, if I look at it, I'm like, I don't like how that looks. So then I'd still be scared, but I'd be less. But even still, the fact that it's random, like kind of you don't know which one you're getting, that's still like, oh, you don't know.
Okay, but like back to the question, like if you had something to like defend yourself with, would it make it less
not in
scary?
first person? First person view messes me up. I already have trouble with first person view in non-horror stuff. So when it's like
Phasmaphobia,
it's like I can't do that.
Okay.
If it was here's the thing. If Phasmaphobia was a third person game, I'd be totally fine.
Yeah, I could see that.
I'd be totally
Well, that's
fine
why
with
it's
it.
in first person.
That's why, yeah. But then again, one of the scariest moments of my childhood was having the burglar appear in The Sims. Have you had that happen?
No.
Dude, it's like normally when your character goes to sleep, it fast forwards, right? So your character's sleeping and the clock's going, all of a sudden the fast forward stops, and all you hear is like this do, 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 and you're like, what's happening? What's happening? And you just see this guy just going sneak, and he's not even scary. He looks Sims 3 robber. He looks like this, right? He's not scary, but he'll just start sneaking around your house while you can't
Shad face.
you can't do anything about it. Like, you can't. It's because you can't force your character. Oh, that's kind of creepy. I'm like that.
Kind of a wooden
Kind of
aesthetic.
a wooden looking thing. So yeah, he'll just appear and it's kind of creepy, right? And you can't do anything about it, right? So that scared me a lot as a kid.
Okay.
Even helplessness is another thing. Helplessness gets me. And here's the problem. I let go of the mouse and keyboard. I'm helpless. So. But otherwise.
So, like, what?
Okay, let's.
What if you were watching me play Phasmaphobia?
That'd be totally fine.
Really?
Absolutely.
Huh, that's weird.
That's absolutely fine.
But you still don't know what it looks like.
That's fine because I'm not playing. Because I can say to you, "Hey, keep running," or if you don't, it's not up to me.
Okay.
It's when the impetus is on me is when I freak out because I know that I will shut down, and that is death.
You did.
Literally. I had to shut down.
I felt bad
because I had to lay down. I had to literally take weed oil to calm down. It was that bad. Like, my heart would not stop. It was bad. So, okay. But to answer this question, Resident Evil and Devil May Cry are fine. I can defend myself, and honestly, it's more atmosphere than scary stuff. Dead Space, I don't know, because Dead Space is even more survival than Resident Evil. Like, Resident Evil games, they're survival horror, but you get enough ammo. You just can't waste it all. Mm-hmm. But as far as I'm aware, in Dead Space, you are always running out on ammo, which is like, don't know about that. And when you have bad aim like me, it doesn't go well. It doesn't go well.
All right.
Okay. Was there any favorite Halloween movies you saw growing up, even if it's scary?
Halloween Town.
That's a popular one.
Love that
That's
movie.
a popular one.
I haven't seen it in an eon and a half, but...
Oh, what is it called? The one with the witch. The one with the hot witch. The one with the hot witch chick.
Wizard of Oz?
No.
Scooby-Doo and the Three
No.
Witches?
No! The hot witch chick, and she takes the little girl to the witch place.
Oh,
And then there's, like, the big monster. There's Skelly the Skeleton.
Hoodwinked.
No, what are you talking about?
Shrek 2.
Shut up! Okay. I think, was it Quentin Reviews just did a video on it? I think. It might have been Quentin Reviews. I think. Scary Godmother.
Never heard of it.
That was a good one. I enjoyed that one as a kid. Let's see. It was less movies and more Halloween specials. There's a lot of good Halloween specials that I would
like
enjoy.
What?
Like SpongeBob and Jimmy Neutron. You don't... Okay.
Too busy watching that Scooby-Doo.
Honestly, so here's the thing. I usually don't watch many Halloween movies because at the time, I would just go out trick-or-treating, right? It's not like Christmas where most of Christmas is staying inside and wasting your time. The active element of Halloween would get in the way of watching that stuff, so...
Yeah.
So...
Well, nowadays, I like to play at least, like, one spooky game.
Okay.
So...
You know what I do like to do? It's not me watching the horror stuff, but it was, there's a really good series by the Angry Video Game Nerds creator, James Rolfe, who did a thing called Cinemassacre's Monster Madness, where every single day he would do a review on a classic horror movie. We're talking like all the way back to like the 20s and 30s, like the old stuff, right?
Okay.
And it's these really good reviews on like what these monsters were, how did they kind of make an effect on the world, like what did they get, remakes or reboots or sequels, right? So I enjoyed that quite a bit. I haven't watched, the Halloweens or the Freddy Krueger stuff most of the time.
Nightmare on Elm Street.
Yeah, that's the one. I haven't really watched them just because it took me a while to get over my fear of scary movies. But I've watched the reviews of them by a couple different people, and I enjoy that. Looking at them in a more analytical light. I think that's really neat.
Okay. All right.
Okay, thanks, and happy Halloween. Thank you. All right, and we got a question here from Blubber, who says, "Hey-oh, the man formerly known as Blubber here. Sorry, formerly known.
What does he go by now, then?
I think he goes by the
Black.
man formerly known as Blubber.
What's his name on Discord? Black Knight?
I don't know if that's a Halloween thing or if that's something else. Is he offline? He goes by
Radio.
Blacklight Radio. I'm gonna be real. I don't know if that's a reference to something or if that's your new username, but we
Blubber sticks well.
yeah. The man or the man formerly known as Blubber or the Blubs. He goes by that too.
Yeah.
Next gen's looking pretty cool, right? After seeing the previews of what each system can do, is there anything specific you're looking to get out of this gen?
So this is where I want to talk about the Series X.
Okay.
So, I saw some reviews on it too. It looks so, as like someone who, for the people who haven't jumped onto Xbox yet.
Yep.
I think this is amazing value.
Oh yeah.
$500 for basically the entire Xbox library.
Well, what is backwards compatible been confirmed? Yeah.
Which is a lot.
Yes.
Plus Game Pass.
Mm-hmm.
Did you see that they're planning to put Disney Plus on that too?
That's pretty big.
So that's an incredible deal for the
Yep.
Series S too. Like they're still rolling with the very consumer friendly route still.
Mm-hmm.
So at least that's how I see it. Not for me. I'm not invested in the Xbox brand at all.
No, and it's funny because you're watching these things where it's like you can instantly switch between multiple games, and it's like
So PS5's not going to have that.
it's
yet.
not going to have that. But you know what it has? Games.
And it might get that later on too.
Because honestly, I'm going to be real. Does Xbox even have an exclusive right now?
I can't. I thought it was Halo Infinite, but that got delayed.
That got delayed.
So-
It's like there Gears maybe? Gears Tactics?
No, that was
maybe?
there's a good Gears 5.
Gears 5? I don't
That's
know.
backwards compatible.
It's
And
like, yeah, it's like there's not much. Okay, but I think he's actually asking about like what do we want that a system can do, that the system can do, that we want out of it. So he says like Monster Rancher on Series X, letting you score your entire backwards compatible library to get. Do you know about Monster Rancher?
a little bit, yeah.
So it was a game that you could back in the day, put in, like you would take out the Monster Rancher disc and put in another disc, and if it was a movie, another game, anything, it would turn that into a monster you could use. So like you could scan anything and get a whole bunch of different stuff.
Yeah.
So that'd be what it would be back in the day. So this is like the Series X scanning that, or an open world game on PS5 with the map the size of Spider-Man, but with like portal mechanics, stuff you couldn't see happening last gen. So what would I like from this? I mean, one thing that I know I'm getting is when I rev up Nero's sword in Devil May Cry to feel it with the haptic,
Well, that's gonna
just
be
the
cool.
no, it'd be so good.
It's easy to say like, I want like a new Ape Escape game with like the ability to like
I think
swing or something.
I actually have there is one thing that I want, and I got a taste of this with Yakuza Kiwami 2. Because Yakuza Kiwami 2, literally, you can, like, if there's a building, you just go up to it, you open the door, and you're inside. There's no loading. You just open the door, you're in.
Oh yeah.
And I'm like, whoa. Like, there is, and, like, it could be a huge building. It could be a skyscraper, and it's like, yeah, you just open the door, and you're in there. No loading. And it's like, wow. So I want more of that. I want that. I want that ability to open up a door and there to be no fade out. You're just in the building.
That's what like I've kind of like when I started playing open world games, that's what my dream has been. To be like,
And-
go at every building or something.
And not like a game where it's like there's no doors and they're all just like empty, kind of boring houses. I want
Yeah.
it to be a place that looks like you open the door and there is a house in there. A modeled, realistic house, right?
Or like, I really want to see something really complicated in terms of like AI and like all that kind of stuff.
Okay.
I'm thinking of like Zelda, where they like have set routes to do, but like they can be
Yeah.
infinitely varied or something.
Yeah.
Like, I want to see like an open world game that takes full advantage of this gen.
Yeah.
So that's what I'd want.
I want a Just Cause game that has that, because when you first hear about Just Cause 3 on like the PS3 and you go, I wonder what this is like, and then you go and you just cause stupid destruction and you're like, what can't you do in this? I want another experience like that where it's just like you're free to do just whatever stupid stuff you want, you know? Like a city the size of the New York in Spider-Man, but you can like use any vehicle, and you know, I kind of want GTA without the GTA-ness.
What's Crackdown?
Yeah, but I don't want it to be a cynical, stupid thing like that. And it sucks to say, but like I love GTA for its open world, do whatever you want gameplay,
Yeah.
but I dislike the politics of GTA. Like I don't like the Americana of GTA. I don't want to hear about how the characters in the game.
Like the satire?
Yeah, I don't want the satire.
That's like the point of GTA games.
I know. Well, okay,
A big part of it, at least.
it's a part of the story of it, but like nobody plays it for that,
No.
right? And like, how can I say this? When I was a kid and playing GTA like 3 for the first time, or like I never played San Andreas. I played Vice City. But like, you know, you play one of those and you just like, what am I going to do? I'm going to take a car, I'm going to try and do a jump, you know, maybe I'll look for a plane. You know, stuff like that where you're not worrying about, well, what does this say about society? It's like, I just want to drive a car and do fun stuff.
Saints Row.
Saints Row, though, still has that.
No, not really.
It's in a better direction, for sure. But, I don't know. It's tough. I think part of it comes from being a kid and just ignoring the story, if you will. But, I don't know.
Narrowing it down, I'd want like a Rockstar open world game to fully take.
Oh, no, you'll get that on PS5. It's called Grand Theft Auto 5. Again.
Like an actual, like, built from the ground up for the for the next gen.
Have you tried GTA Online, though? I hear it's pretty fun. You can pay money for cool vehicles.
Like in-game money?
Yeah, use your mom's credit card.
Oh, like real money?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
And you can get an internet girlfriend there.
Oh.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
So what's your answer?
I think my answer is, again, that idea of the...
Fully destructible environment?
Like, yeah, fully destructible. That'd be another thing that's really cool. But with the ability to reset it, because,
yeah,
you know, that's important.
Minecraft.
With good graphics.
Okay.
I don't know how I'd fare about Minecraft in VR. I'm going to be real.
You probably wouldn't.
I don't think I could.
No.
I don't think I could, because I have trouble with Minecraft even, sometimes. It gets too spooky.
Yeah.
Okay. Is there a reason you wrote spoiler talk in Comic Sans?
I was
Did
like...
you do that on purpose?
Yeah.
Okay, just checking.
I just wanted to see if you noticed.
Just checking to see if your phone didn't, like, just decide Comic Sans was the way to go for you. I give speeches about Comic Sans whenever I go to a school, and I'm like, do not use Comic Sans with me. Like for real. And the reason is simple. You, like, the moment you see Comic Sans, like, for the first time, you're like, oh, how fun. It's like a fun little font. It stops being fun when you're trying to mark papers that are meant to be serious, and someone writes it in Comic Sans. It's not good. Don't do that.
All right.
So, well, that's the end of our question period. And that would be the end of our podcast, too, if you don't want to stick around for the Jojolion spoiler talk there, because there is some stuff to say. So if you... Whoa, what was that light that turned off? Did you see that?
Your lamp.
My
Your
lamp
lamp's
turned
been
off.
turning on and off.
Do you know why?
Why?
Because it's connected to the same power thing that I think my parents control with their voice in other rooms. So when they say turn all lights off, that includes that, which is weird.
Why was the light connected here?
That room and this room are also have voice control. So, but if they say turn it all off, then they do it.
So your parents can turn on your lights in your room?
They can. I can actually, one time when I wanted to, like, Gremlin wasn't waking up, so I literally just went into the app and turned the light on in her room. And, no, because she wasn't waking up and she needed to get phoned. And we kept trying to phone her and she wouldn't wake up. So I went to the app, I turned on the light, and I went like this. Max brightness, zero brightness, max brightness, zero brightness. And she's like, I thought my room was possessed. And then she's like, and then I got up and looked at my phone and saw that you had called me 7 or 8 times. I'm like, yeah, that's one way to get you up when we're out and trying to call you and you're not picking up. How did we get there? Oh, the light, right. So, like I said, we're moving on to spoiler talks. If you don't want to listen to that, you can tune out now. Thank you all for listening.
Next time
We have Helldivers and...
AVGN episodes.
Yes. We will make a list.
PS5?
Check it twice.
PS5?
There's the PS5. Hyrule Warriors.
Yeah?
Yeah.
You sure?
Pretty sure. Oh, is it the 22nd?
Yeah. No, it comes out 20th, but this is...
Yeah.
Next time. Yeah, that's a lot. It's going to be a lot to play next...
Kingdom Hearts, Memory of Melodies.
I was trying to say something.
Dude, aren't you excited for KH Mommy?
Kingdom Farts.
Shut up.
It's so easy.
It's funny because you see people being like, what's this spin-off? This series is going downhill. And it's like, what are you talking about? There's so many good songs. This is literally the best.
That reminds me of like people like talking about like Walking Dead. Oh, people still watch this and like it's like 1 million views every episode still. It's like
Facebook commenters, I swear to God.
Mothers.
Okay. So yeah, that'll be next time. So we're moving into the spoiler talk now. So if you don't want to listen to that, you can tune away. Thank you.
For all. JoJo specifically.
Yeah, it's specifically JoJo. So we're I was trying to say like like JoJo is gonna be like move, but it doesn't really work. So let's say we're moving on.
My comic sounds better than that joke.
Jojolion in 3, 2, 1. So Jojolion 101.
Yeah. Not much happened. You gonna say something?
Why is...
Say it.
Joshu.
Is it Joshu?
Joshu. Either way. He was really on a redemptive track for a bit.
I feel like his intentions were pure.
Dude.
For him.
He was like...
He just wanted to help.
No, he wanted to fuse into her. It's like, what if I like position myself? We're gonna fuse together. It'd be like we're having sex forever. It's kind of wild, isn't it? It's gonna be crazy. Buckle in. Am I gonna lose my arms? Am I gonna be part of you?
I'll show you this meme I found.
Okay.
It was the thing that...
Oh yeah, you retweeted it. I saw it there. The one with Toru, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Infinite Rocks.
So it's... I don't know. I don't know where it's going still.
I think it's going towards the Josuke, and Josuke beats the shit out of Wonder of You, and Yasuho and Paisley Park beat the shit out of Toru at the same time.
There, yeah. I think it might be as well.
Because the last panel was like that very determined.
But it's more, where do we go from here, Unless
like Toru can just call back Wonder of You right away. And
I don't think he can, because it's almost an autonomous stand.
Well, it appears in multiple places at once too, isn't it?
Oh, there's the weird. I think it's less about multiple places. It's more like You know, like in Mario Sunshine, when you're behind a crate and like you can see Mario's shadow kind of through it.
Yeah.
I think it's more you can see it even if it's through something. Because there was a time where it was like moving in front of stuff, even though it was behind it.
It can phase through.
It can phase through, but also they were like able to see it like kind of through something. So I think it's more like
the scene I'm thinking of is like when at the Higashikata.
Yeah.
Yeah, that the Higashikata household, and he was standing outside, face back, or back to them, but Wonder View was also at the hospital. That's what I'm thinking.
Maybe, yeah. I don't know.
I wonder if like there's like
we still don't know the full rules about it.
I wonder if there's like a hive mind, like a beehive.
Oh, okay. Maybe. Bring back, make more sense about the babies and how the babies ride the bees.
Chapter 99 is just so wild.
Babies ride bees, come out and walk into society naked.
Hello.
That is weird.
But yeah, so we learned that. So yeah, sorry, I'm like trying to compose thoughts here. Like, Joshu's arm shriveled up.
Yes.
Right, but he has it in the flash forward when the harvest happens.
Oh, right.
So unless Rocky forgot, he doesn't forget anything. We
he
disclosed
does.
this.
No, he does.
He does.
Sometimes he does. There's been times where he does.
No, but I wonder if Joshu's going to like force feed Toru a Rokakaka to get his arm back, and that's how they kill him.
Or he uses his stand to just pop off that arm and just grab someone else's.
I guess.
Right? Because if he can just unscrew it and screw someone else's on, who's to say he can't just put someone else's on and just screw it back on?
Yeah.
Right?
So there's still like one Rokaka left, like plant, and that's the one that's going to be harvested.
Yeah.
That's the one that's going to be like the climax of probably the entire part.
Yeah.
And see like, what's her name? Will come and want to get it at the last moment. What's her name?
The
mommy.
The mommy, yeah.
Yeah.
I forget her name too.
What is it?
I'm bad and it sucks.
Kato.
Yeah, because when it comes out so not
Infrequently?
infrequently, you forget a
Yeah.
lot. So it's like that's one of the problems. So that's why one of the things I like to do a lot was like I let it build up parts for a while, and then I could kind of binge it for a bit.
JoJo's available. It's
fair enough. Yeah, well, yeah,
consumed.
when now you're able to catch up there, and when there's nothing else going on.
But well, Yasuo knows for a fact that it's Toru who's hiding in the bush.
Yeah, she knows.
So now she's like ready to kick his ass.
Yep.
Like she knows. Like
someone pointed out that Toru's hat looks like a matador hat, which makes sense because matadors don't fight directly; they only go after those who pursue them.
Oh.
Like a bullfighter. Bullfighters don't fight bulls who stand still. They fight the ones who pursue them.
Interesting. Probably. You think that was intentional?
Absolutely not. I think I honestly I do not think that's intentional at all. I just think he found a funny hat on Google and said, "I'm going to give that hat to Toru." Is that a hat or his hair?
That's his hair. That's his hair for sure.
So he found a funny afro on Google and said, "That's good. I like that."
But yeah, it's definitely not something a lot of people probably expected after what happened in 100 with the revelation that Spin is still there.
Yeah.
And Mamazuku, right?
Yeah.
He's kind of dead. Dying.
Mm-hmm.
And I wonder if they're going to bring back...
What if they bring back Soft and Wet's ability to get rid of concepts? And he's just like, I'm going to get rid of your concept of dying. Remember when he removed the concept of friction from a surface?
Yeah.
Or he took away the concept of sight from the eyes? Who's to say he can't be like, I take away the concept of you dying?
What does that even mean? That doesn't mean... It just means you're not afraid of death, which makes you more dangerous.
No, to remove the concept of something. So if he removes...
So you can't die.
Yeah, you could do that to...
Oh, Mamazuku?
Mamazuku, yeah. And just be like, oh, you dying,
That'd be like...
You can't die.
That'd be a very like out your ass type of thing I wouldn't like.
Well, it'd be a nice callback to a power that he hasn't used in a long time.
So then like
so
then he's just going to make the whole Higashikata family invincible?
No, but like remember how Giorno had the ability to like use the frog's damage on Leaky Eye Luca and then that was completely forgotten? Be nice to not have that happen again.
That ability's actually an ability in Purple Haze Feedback.
Did they bring it back?
Yeah.
Wow.
Now that I think about it, yeah.
Because that was used once. That was used in Leaky Eye Luca's fight in Part 5, and then never brought up again. That if you attack one of the life forms that Giorno created, that it deflects the damage back at you.
Yep.
That was never used again, and I'm happy that
stand also has one of the best stand names in the series.
Nice. Well, no, that's just golden.
No, in the Purple Haze Feedback, the stand that has that ability to deflect damage.
Oh, that's a different stand. It's not.
Yeah, it's a different stand.
It's not gold experience. Gold.
No.
Gold, oh.
It's in Purple Haze Feedback, and it's a big like stand.
Huh, okay.
So read it.
I guess that stand just happened to be walking by when Giorno was fighting Leaky Eye Luca. Then sure.
It was a big part of the whole what happened in Part 5.
Okay.
So
okay.
Read it. I keep telling you.
Yeah, I'll read it when I have time. I gotta get to the Christmas event in Fate. Literally, once that's done, like I'm literally living with a time limit right now. like December 8th, if I'm not there, like I'm screwed. I can't.
It doesn't matter.
Dude, it's a one and done event.
You won't be able to get your Christmas saber waifu.
Excuse me, it's not Christmas saber.
Christmas Rin or whatever.
No.
I like how it's like
It's Santa Samba Quetzalcoatl. Look, she's so ready to celebrate. She's so excited.
In 40 years, you're not going to give a shit.
Yeah, what? Look at her. She's so happy.
You're going to be married with a kid. You're going to be like, what the fuck was I thinking?
Bold of you to assume I'll be married with a kid one day.
I think we will.
You will?
I will?
I don't think I will. I think there's many things in the way of that. I think you will. Yeah? You literally texted the Discord, I came home and there was a girl on my couch.
It wasn't like my girlfriend.
It doesn't matter. That's more than what's happened with me.
That sounded like a cry.
It did. It's my chair. I need to get this stupid chair de-squeaked. I hate it.
What else? Do you see that the Joestar Radio started in Japan and it's subbed?
Oh, it's
fully subbed?
Really?
Yep.
I didn't know that.
We got Jonathan's Japan voice actor to say what's like the famous thing Dio says. Not it was me Dio, like Kamawe Kono Dio sa?
Kono Dio da?
Yeah.
That just means it was me Dio.
Yeah, Jonathan says that in his voice.
Oh, okay.
Radio.
Interesting.
And the interesting thing is like they're having a new the main voice actor from this month up until March.
Yeah.
And then next month's going to be the event.
Mm-hmm.
Still don't know what that means.
We'll see.
It's going to feature all the protagonists.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you heard the opening singers singing the Oingo Boingo song, right?
I think so.
What
does that have to do with anything?
Just another little cool anniversary thing, having all the singers from parts 1, 2, and 3 come together to sing the frickin' Oingo Boingo song.
Yeah. So I'm seeing what that means. Is it going to be like an Avengers thing where they have to fight like over Heaven Dio or something?
What if it's just the announcement that Giorno's coming to Jump Force?
That's not... No. Could you imagine? Absolutely not. Not after all that art and all that like...
Hey, shoutouts to the fact at least that Giorno in Jump Force looks better than in Last Survivor.
But Golden Experience doesn't look any better.
Other than the teeth, I prefer the Jump Force one.
Yeah, but I'm not saying neither look good.
I think Giorno looks fine.
I don't think Golden... Yeah, he does.
Giorno looks fine.
Giorno looks great, but I don't think a 3D Golden Experience that looks good is possible.
Really doesn't. The Requiem specifically.
Yeah.
Regular, you're good with.
He's fine.
Yeah. It's the eyes.
It is the eyes.
The eyes never look good in 3D.
Yeah. Anything else from the chapter 101?
Not much. Because there's not a ton to talk about.
The whole fusing thing.
Just the fusing
confirmed
thing.
or whatever.
What do you mean
'Cause, like,
confirmed?
So it happens right away.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
So like when Josuke was in the ground with Kira,
Yeah.
that happened instantly. It didn't happen over like months or something.
Yeah.
So
They didn't decompose into
I
each
wonder
other.
if that's going to come later, where
Yeah.
someone's going to combine with someone else to become an ultimate like force to beat. Who I assume will be the final opponent being Kato.
Okay.
I understand.
We'll see.
I hope it's Queen of Spades. I love that.
We won't know for probably another 2 years, though.
You really think this is going to go on?
Dude,
this
if
long?
it's like monthly...
But do you think we're like nearing the end of the Endless Calamity arc? I think we are.
Oh, yeah. The Endless Calamity, yes. But the question of where is that in the placement of the stuff?
Well, since Toru is kind of like the mastermind of the whole rock human association.
Yeah.
Because Kato isn't a part of that.
She's not. Well, that we know of.
That we know of, yeah.
They might switch it around and be like, surprise.
Yeah. But I feel that like we're nearing like the end here. With the spin reveal and with like Rai dying.
They got to do something with the spin, though.
Yeah.
Because they just pointing out and saying, yo, dude, your bubbles spin. It's like, oh.
No, that's the key to beating Wonder Review.
Yeah. But then if it's just for one fight and that's it, it's like, that's kind of...
If you think about it, Wonder Review is like the most powerful base stand, natural born stand in the series. That's like it wasn't like given to you after birth, like you were born with it.
Okay. I don't know. I'd have to think about that because there's a lot of stands in JoJo.
No, I think a stand that can like you cannot approach it and you literally die if you do.
Bro, just walk backwards.
Can
you imagine if in the end just turn away and walk backwards toward him and go like this behind you? You know?
Or you're still approaching it. You still have the intent to approach it.
Oh, okay.
It's that you can't have an intent to approach it.
Well, you know how people say like stop touching me. I'm not touching you. What if you just say I'm not approaching you?
I'm not touching.
I'm not approaching you.
No, it's just...
Stop it. I'm not approaching you.
I think the key is just literally you don't believe in it. If you don't believe in the Calamity, that's how Rai got so close. He's like, I don't give a shit anymore.
That's true.
Like, until like it happened.
We'll see. Okay.
It's going to be soon. I think it might be next episode too.
I don't know, because sometimes they take random breaks.
No, it's going to be this month.
No, but some, like, you know, you never know if they get sick, because that's what happened with One Piece, where it was like we were, like, expecting a chapter, and he's like, hi, I'm sick.
But I want JoJo.
I know, but it's just it'll come. Also, I don't think after JoJo's done, I think Araki's done with manga. I think it's gone on long enough.
Part 9 is happening.
No, I mean after JoJo is done. I don't think he'll make another series. I think it's like...
I think he doesn't need any more money.
He's an older fellow.
He doesn't. He's also probably filthy rich.
They don't make a ton of money in Japan.
He's probably rich enough to retire.
Oh, he is, but he's not like he's not like a football star here.
At this point, I think he's dedicated to finishing his...
Oh, he absolutely does it for the craft. Like, yeah, he could retire now, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I have to go to the bathroom, like, super badly right now.
You've been moving a lot.
I have been. I got pissed like a racehorse. So, are we good? Can we call it so I can pee?
You want to talk about the PS5 a bit more?
No, dude, it literally has P in its title. We can't do it, man.
PS5.
Okay, so thank you all for listening.
Looks like a waterfall.
Shut your face.
Okay.
Next time, AVGN and...
What's it called?
Helldivers.
Yeah.
We'll see you then for that. I have to pee so badly.
How long? No, just kidding. Bye.